Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to another day of darts here at the MODUS Super Series. Tuesday, known as moving day here at the Live Lounge. Group A ready to reshuffle. But after day one, well, one man led the way. Here's what happened on Monday. Former Lakeside and Grand Slam participant Michel van der Horst started slowly on his debut before eventually picking up a solitary win. Speaking of slow starts, pre-play favourite Thibaut Tricol also lost his first three fixtures, but this skin-saving checkout helped the Frenchman win his last two. The biggest finish of the day came from Lisa Ashton, a four-time world champion, landing the big fish and netting 2 wins on opening day. It was a hat-trick for Patrick, as Dutch debutant Patrick Maart secured 3 victories, including this one against fellow first-timer Daniel Lee. The ADC Vault Series winner also enjoyed 3 triumphs and sits second in the table. But the man at the top is Tommy Morris. After a glimpse last week, he showed sustained quality on Monday to lead the way in Group A. Yeah, Scott Mitchell was watching alongside Henry Deacon in commentary. Really good start to the week.
Absolutely, the standard was really high yesterday, and when you see that Thibaut was sort of struggling a little bit, that shows you what the other guys were doing.
Well, we'll see that reflected in the numbers from yesterday, the table in fact first from yesterday. Tommy Morris 8 points from a possible 10. Now, you mentioned Thibaut Tricol kind of did salvage his day a little bit because he lost his first 3 matches.
Yeah, his averages were low in those first 3 matches, and when you drop down to those 70s, somebody's always getting a dart at you, and if he's going to go up that table today, he's got to look at those scoring and get his scoring up to put himself in the right place.
And it is poised for that kind of movement, isn't it, that we're talking about on a Tuesday, particularly Daniel Lee and Patrick Maart. Just 2 points adrift of Tommy Morris.
Absolutely, I think I've travelled here with Tommy this morning, and he's fully aware that, you know, he had a great day yesterday, but it's only a good day yesterday if he backs it up today.
Right, we will take a look at the stats from yesterday just to show how good the play was. Now, the average overall is pretty much par for the course, 85, but some really big stuff from some really big players. So that highest winning average from Morris, the 170 finish from Ashton, and a 10-darter for Thibaut Tricol.
Exactly, it does show the standard of this bunch of players. You know, they all can do it. It's just about getting it, the timing right, and who they do it against.
And the big thing that we can't reflect in the stats, of course, was the speed, wasn't it? All real speedsters in this group.
And that's what made it exciting to watch. We were on game 11 before we knew it yesterday, and there were pleasurable games to watch as well. So for a commentator, a pundit like yourself, there was plenty going on.
Right, before the action started yesterday, Thibaut Tricol was the bookies' favourite. So after only winning 2 matches, let's see what's changed today. And you can see now, Tommy Morris, having had that good day 4 out of 5, installed as favourite. But are you surprised to see that Tricol is still so short at 2-1?
Absolutely not. Like we just said earlier, he came back at the end of the day. He started to rectify his wrongs in the last couple of games. Got himself in a position, 4 points, it's only a couple of wins away from the top, so he's in a great position to move. So that stat there for him, 2-1, does not surprise me.
Yeah, little to choose between the rest of the players as well. Plenty to play for, of course. Still 2 days play in this group. Let's see what this man has gone for in terms of his selections today. Talk us through those.
Well, basically, I'll give it to you easy money. You know, I've got Morris there to win 4-1 or better against Lisa. He had a great game against her last night, and I expect him to start the same today. Same with Lee against Van der Horst, 4-2 or better, I'm thinking. And Van der Horst against Matt, the same thing, 4-2 or better, and that'll give you a 16.21 to 1 on a triple.
Yeah, a bit of ambition there from Scotty Dog Mitchell. Of course, do gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for information on responsible gambling. Right, you've been doing your homework. Henry Deacon's also been doing his. It is Tuesday, so it is time for Henry's Tungsten Teaser. And this is the question that he's set for you to answer today. So tweet your answers to our MSS Darts, and the question is, name the 8 Super Series players to have won weekly titles at both venues. Now, if you've been watching with an eagle eye, you will have seen some of those, particularly mentioned on Saturday night, because they had a race for a couple of players to see who had won the most titles. But have won weekly titles at both venues. Tweet your answers in at MSS Darts, and Henry and Scott will reveal the answer, or maybe reveal some of the answers in commentary. We'll do it in full at the end of the show. But the first match is the one you just mentioned, the last match from yesterday, Lisa Ashton against Tommy Morris. So what does Tommy have to do then to carry on that kind of form that he showed yesterday?
I think he's got to think that he's not top of the table. I think he's just got to go into matches and win dart matches. And I know Tommy very well, and that's the way that he does it. He knows the guys are gunning for him today. He's the top of the tree. So the guys will play that little bit better against him today because they know what he's got.
And there's no question what Lisa's capable of as well. So just because he won 4-0 yesterday doesn't mean it's going to be the same today.
Nah, champions don't go away, do they? They've got those titles for a reason, and she'll be there going, right, I'm going to have a go at you, you little devil, today.
Well, this champion's going to go away, but don't fear, only downstairs to talk you through the action, where he's going to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, and unfortunately I'm not a champion. But good morning everyone, welcome along to the Super Series. It's day 2, which means it is moving day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we kick off with a battle between Tommy Morris and Lisa Ashton. Well, yesterday this game was done in the space of 6 minutes and 38 seconds. Tommy Morris deposing of the Lancashire Rose by 4-0. But this could well be the most crucial game of the group for the first game of the day. And this is possibly why. As you can see, Tommy Morris on 8 points, as we saw at the beginning of the day. Lisa Ashton on 4 points. Victory here for the Lancashire Rose would put her on to 6. It would mean that there is a 2-point gap between player 1 and player 4 in the group. That could then possibly extend further to 5 when Thibaut Treacle takes on Michel van der Horst. Then, the other side of the coin is this. If Tommy Morris wins, he opens up a 4-point gap on the rest of the field following the first game of the day, and ultimately a 6-point gap upon Lisa Ashton. Even at this early stage of the group, this has the possibility to be a game on or game over moment. Well, we've got 15 fantastic games for you over the course of the, well, depending on the pace of the games yesterday, maybe 3.5 hours, but no matter how quick it is, me and Scott Mitchell will be keeping up with all the action.
100.
I love the way you mentioned my name and quick in the same sentence. It doesn't very often happen.
Well, it's the first time for everything.
There is here with you, H. There always is here with you.
140.
What are we expecting from Lisa today? Because I think we saw a little bit of everything from her.
Yeah, very much so. I think she's a little bit more relaxed today. Obviously, the first day is always very difficult, and the lads and lasses know a little bit more about one another. They don't always know. They know of the people, but when you get put in that room next door for 2 or 3 hours together, you find out things about these players that you didn't ever know.
Lisa require 155.
So they know more about each other today, and like you say, it's going to be a good day, I think.
It's the same in the commentary box. I found out Scott Mitchell won the world title in 2015.
Tommy, you require
did you have to mention that again? It's the only thing I've ever won. It's great, isn't it?
At least you won something. Can always win the first leg.
32. Lisa, you require 113.
These are the shots that Lisa's going to have to start taking. There we go, 36. Just check in with the...
95.
Right on the wire.
Tommy, you require 32.
So double 16 for 16. 8s is what he wants for the opening leg break.
Game shot in
Gets
the
it
first
done
leg.
1-0 Morris. And
Tommy
actually, that
Morris.
leg was done in pretty much a third of the time that he got the match done yesterday.
Yeah, it took his time there on
Second
the
leg
double.
is
He knows
Tommy to
how
throw
important
first.
it is to
Game
get that
on.
first double on the board again today. And we've travelled up together from the same neck of the woods.
95.
And yeah, he drove to my place yesterday, and I brought him up, so he didn't have to worry about driving up or anything. And yeah, we discussed on the way over how important it is, and being top. He has to understand now that the other 4 are absolutely gunning for him today.
59.
He's the target, he's the aim, and the fact that although he's on 8 points and there's others on 4, they're only 2 games away. They're only ever 2 games away, so he knows that a good day today is what he's looking for, and if he can end up top today, that's his kind of plan.
You mentioned there that he's been staying in and around home. How much can that actually help the fact that you're sleeping in your own bed, you're in your own comfortable environment for a tournament like this?
I actually had a spell when I started travelling, particularly in the UK, where I would take my own pillows with me.
100.
So it didn't take much to just take them off the bed and put them in your car to try and make everywhere I slept feel like my own bed. And so
100.
for me, I think it's down to each individual player, but for me, it's very important to get in your own house and sleep in your own bed and get your best sleep. And actually,
45.
last night, Tommy said he
Tommy
had an
require
absolutely magic sleep last
147.
night.
Well, is this going to be a magic finish? Can the man from the M27 find the 147
Game shot on
for
the
a 2-0
second leg.
lead?
Tommy Morris.
Well, that was hurricane-like the way he took out that 147.
Absolutely amazing.
Third
Didn't
leg is
step back
Lisa
on
to
that
throw
one,
first.
did he?
Game on.
It was he was believing it from the time he threw it. So what an opening
58.
couple of legs we've got here today in Group A, Day 2 on Moving Tuesday.
What's it Rob Walker says? Blinking, you'll miss him.
100.
Yeah, blinking, you'll miss him, all right. You don't want Tommy shaking his head. He's got quite big ears and they slap on the side of his head. So it
46.
feels like he's clapping himself, but he's not. He's chastating himself. So you've got to keep an eye on that.
140.
While he's hitting 140s, he will not be shaking his head.
Averaging 95.5.
85.
Is Tommy Morris thus far. And apart from a couple of missed doubles in the first leg, this has been as close to the perfect open as you can possibly get.
60.
I think most players understand watching, anybody that's watching today, you know when you get a couple of legs up, you then start to relax. But you can never relax against the
140.
former world champion because there's just a little something about them and that's why they've got those special titles.
140.
140 leaving 61 after 12. He's improving leg upon leg. He may have to take it out.
140.
Lisa taking
Tommy
the risk
requires
there of hitting
61.
another 20. Now steps back. He feels he rushed it. Good look.
43.
Just inside.
Lisa, you require
So you back
32.
Lisa here.
Game shot in the third leg.
You'd been
Lisa
right to.
Ashton.
The sign of a world champion waiting for the opportunity, and she takes full advantage, brings it back to 2-1.
Fourth
Tommy
leg is Tommy
Morris,
to
who
throw first.
has missed
Game
a couple
on.
of darts for a 3-0 lead. It would have been for the double break and phone for the match.
85. $60.
Nothing for Morris to worry about just yet because obviously that was only a holder throw for Lisa. I say only a holder throw. It
100.
was a great holder throw considering the leg that Tommy had. As you go on in your career, these are the starts for a young fella like him. And as you go on in your career, you start to learn situations. You start to feel
85.
situations. Some players never do. It's never their way. They go on for 20 years having no clue what situation they've got themselves in or what situation's coming to them.
60.
But in this situation, Tommy needs to realise that, you know, yes, she's got the leg back, but it's my throw and I can go 3-1 if I just hold my throw.
100.
Doing enough of a job as it is, leaving 1-3-1 after 12. And well, and a couple of troubles here from Lisa. He's going to get 6 from here.
41. Tommy, you require 131. 42.
The average stats here right against Morris, to be fair.
100. Tommy, you
90
require
average
89.
and Morris on an 82. It's a good recovery from a bad first start.
49. Lisa, you require 140. 60.
So
Tommy,
Morris
you
then
require
for 40 for a 3-1 lead. Convinced himself it's his.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Absolutely
Tommy
nails
Morris.
it with the last start. That hurts if you're watching that. Lisa would have been watching that thinking, I'm going to get a go. I'm
Fifth
going to
leg
get
is
a
Lisa
go.
to throw first.
And that
Game
last
on.
start.
They're the ones that
100.
linger in the back of the mind. Now it is match point Morris.
100.
Now you know Tommy quite well. What's the next step for him maybe after he stepped away from the Super Series, whatever the outcome is
41.
this week? Is it travelling a bit more of the circuit, things like that for him?
Well, he's doing the Challenge Tour at the minute, which I think is a good thing. I think
55.
the way that the Super Series develops you, it would be nice to see him here maybe a time or two more and learn some more here. You know, it's
125.
we know that this is the breeding ground for tour car players. This is what the Super Series has done.
83.
So I think I'd like to see him more here, and just more stage play for him. I think, you know, he's doing a lot with county and everything, but you know,
60.
big stage play is what he needs next, really.
You may see him on the big stage on Saturday night. We'll talk more about tickets for the
59.
Super Series in our next couple of legs and next couple of matches as Lisa tries to find her way down from 175 to bring the gap back to 3-2.
94.
He's herself on 81. Couple of trebles here would change the complexion of the leg, though.
60. Lisa, you require 81.
So 81 for Ashton for 3-2. It's going to be 2 in her hand at double 12. Grazes the outside wire.
75.
And outside it goes again.
Tommy, you require 144.
Oh, what a way to win it this would be. He's already had a 147. He's not going to back up by winning it of a 144.
95.
And so Ashton is back
Lisa,
for
you
double
require
3.
6. Game shot on the 5th leg. Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, good dart from Lisa there. That's a dodgy thing to be sat on when you're 3-1 down.
6th leg is Tommy to throw first.
Just
Game
to hold a
on.
throw.
And some bad news, Scott. Scotty Dog's tips has failed at the first hurdle.
85.
I did just notice that. Yeah, I was thinking that. But hey ho, can't get them all right.
100.
Even Dozz's tips has lasted longer.
Yeah, yeah.
140.
My tip run lasted 4 legs. Brilliant.
To be fair, Dozz's tips is one of the few things that lasts beyond the first round these days.
26.
I'm going to make no comment there. There was one that I could have absolutely stitched him up with, but we're not in that place anymore. So no, I will not mention it.
55.
I know he's tuning in from Cyprus, so if you are watching, hello, Glenn. On holiday this week. Who's going to be having the Darty holiday here at the Super Series? Who's going to pick up, well, not the red jacket, not the blue jacket, not the gold jacket, but the beautiful trophy?
54.
That is a question that will be revealed by Saturday. I don't want to start predicting any more predictions because they've already
Tommy,
gone wrong this morning.
167.
Go on, Tommy, go for the bull. To win it in style? Wasn't far away, was he?
142.
Nah, some say don't go for the shot, but that's just his natural game that he does that.
95. Tommy, you require 25.
It's been another impressive performance on Tommy Morris, and he can round it off on double 8 to get the better of Ashton by 4 legs to 2 and to move himself onto double figures in the group.
Shot.
And Tommy Morris, right from the get-go, asserts his authority upon Group A. They're going to have to try and catch him now. Lisa Ashton defeated 4-2 by Tommy Morris. He does the double over the Lancashire Rose, doing so an average just under 85, 4 out of 13 on the doubles, but the key highlight moment was that 147 finish. So Tommy Morris on the board, beating Ashton 4-2. And after the break, we're going to see the man who started the week as the favourite to claim success, Timo Treacle, in action against Michel van der Horst.
Welcome back. Well, this next fixture proved pretty pivotal yesterday when Thibaut Treacle came back from 3-1 down with the aid of a 1-5-4 checkout in a decisive duel that meant the Frenchman finished the day on 4 points after both he and Michel van der Horst had lost their first 3 games on Monday. So Treacle now looking for 3 wins on the spin, while van der Horst is looking to avenge that loss and looking to redeem himself a little bit. Well, Scotty is in the doghouse, isn't he, after the tips have taken a tumble at the first hurdle. He's alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, Thibaut looking for a treble here as he looks to get the better of Michel van der Horst for the second day in a row. The 33-year-old from France, former Lakeside runner-up, taking on Michel van der Horst in his opener for the day. Having a look at his opening day at the Super Series. Well, he got better, didn't he, as the day went along. A couple of performances early on where he struggled out the gate, lost his first 3 matches of the day. And then towards the latter half of the session, he got the better of Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 3, averaging 90.88. And then in that game against Treacle, came out the wrong side of the scoreline in a last leg decider, averaging 85.5 in excess. As for Treacle, well, it was a similar story. Slow out of the gates on day 1, but improved as the day went on to win each of his final 2 matches, as Chris rightly said, up on the balcony.
81.
And it puts him in a position on this second day of Group A, if he can return 4 wins, even if he can go through the card, then he puts himself in a very good position. 59. And when you consider where Tommy Morris is now in terms of the table, 4 or 5 wins probably is what he's going to have to do.
Yeah, it is. And
60.
Again, Michel is what I'd say is a bit more of a thinking man's player. He's one of those situations and would have worked it out for himself. You know, I did mention yesterday that he'd been around us for a while, and yeah, he had a spell. He was known as the Invisible Man.
100.
Because he just goes around doing things quietly and confidently and at his own pace. So, yeah, that's what he used to be known as. I remember that being on
140.
when he used to wear dart shirts, and now he's gone to these lumberjack style shirts. And he said he feels much more comfortable. I spoke about it with him earlier. Michel, we've known each other a long time.
140. Michel, you require 140.
He said, I just feel more comfortable wearing one of these shirts.
I've got to say, I never saw him when he was the Invisible Man.
Yeah. No, he wasn't that
95.
invisible. We all knew he was there. But
Thibaut,
he just
you require 120.
he's a quiet man at darts. He just goes around his business, gets on with his business. And, you know, if you don't like Michel, there's something wrong. He's 100. One of the nice guys too.
Michel, you require 50.
That we can vouch for. Can he vouch for this double 16?
18.
The answer is no, and so the door is laid open
Thibaut,
for
you require
Treacle
20.
to get an opening leg break if he can obtain double 10. Treacle on the board.
First leg.
16 dart break. He leads 1-0. Break of throw for the Frenchman. Business-like as he walks straight back down the hockey.
Throw first. Game on.
Has Michel got a reservation? He was having a look at his watch.
Probably just checking the time of the leg, maybe. I don't know. We've been making a big thing about how quickly the legs were going yesterday. Maybe he was just checking to see if he could get this one in the top 10.
(1:58) if you are clock watching.
60.
Do we have a list of the slowest 10 legs? We've got the fastest 10 legs. I've just wondered if there was a list of the slowest 10 legs.
I don't think we really want to incriminate
140.
anyone.
Well, I just wondered, you know, I only had 5, you know, I only had 10 games here, or what was it? 8 games here I had.
So at least somebody else might get a go in the top 10.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I was thinking. If I'm not in there 4 times, I'm gutted.
42.
I'm sure there's 1 or 2 culprits for a few of those slowest times. That shall remain nameless.
Yeah, indeed.
85.
That's what I love about this game. Michel's probably got a little more experience, you know, than Thibaut. But, you know, he's been on
57.
big stages at the Grand Slam.
Thibaut, you
he's been
require
on the
148.
Lakeside stage. Once you put your toe to that hockey, it's like I try to explain to people, you can have 2p in your back pocket or £2,000. It makes no difference. It's 3 darts. Your 3 darts against their 3 darts. And one of the only sports I know that's like it.
And it's one of those sports you can always put an imprint and put an imprint your way. There's no offence, there's no snookers, there's no staying at the table or in your seat for a while. As Tricol looks for double 4 for a 2-0 lead. And now down for 2s.
Game shot in the second leg.
For leg 2. But darts is unique in the fact that you can always counteract fairly.
You can indeed. And the only way I know to upset another player is more treble 20s than them in a leg. And, you know, you get in their head from... Because a lot of players will watch, and if you can keep hitting that treble 20 first dart, you know, it chinks away at the armour. It chinks away at the bravery, and it chinks away at the belief of your opposition.
41.
So let's have a look at the side-on stances of both players' throw. We'll begin
93.
With Thibaut Tricol. Almost wraps his hand to the side, doesn't he? And then releases
140.
on there one was wise foot. Michel, as you can see, he's got that little bit of a groove in the middle of the dart, and he kind of
140.
bases his grip from that. It's a very uncomplicated action, isn't it, that of Thibaut?
I think that's why it works. I think there's a lot of actions which are very uncomplicated.
123.
And they are the best because there's kind of a little bit less to go wrong. The only thing you would say about his pullback is it's very wide away
60.
from his head.
Michel, you require
from the head-on shot.
104.
You'll see, but Michel is a very straight up and down thrower as well.
56.
Had to really come out there and go that way. There wasn't a lot on for him.
$24.
Some may have stayed up there. You see him hit a 60, but and left the 4, but here we go. Double 10 to get on the board.
28.
And he squandered another couple of darts there at a double.
Thibaut, you require 96.
But Thibaut could have and perhaps should have left it much more handier than 96. And now it's 95. And now it's double 19.
58. Michel, you require 20.
That double 19 gone. That'd have been a kick in the guts there for Michel. He's just desperate to get that first leg on the board today,
15.
Isn't he? You just see just slightly over trying.
Thibaut, you require 38.
Does Thibaut split or hit? He splits. He hits.
Game shot on the third
He's
leg.
3-0 up with a double break.
Yeah, and on 2 occasions thus far, Michel has got there
Fourth
first.
leg is Thibaut to throw first. Game on.
You can see on the look on his face. That's about as animated as he gets. That is, you know, he is.
134.
He is one of the nice guys at darts, and he'll be stood there thinking, "This is my own fault. I've given these chances. I've had chances to be 2-1 up here."
96.
And now let's hopefully we see him relax, stop thinking, get those darts flowing again.
Well, you can even say in the case
81.
of Thibaut, even when he won that leg, he was shaking his head in the background. Having 84, but maybe he feels there's more gears to go.
180.
That's the first max of the day for Michel van der Horst.
And his 8th 180 so far in this Group A. This is the point that we're saying. He is a big scorer. And it's just those double side of things, if he can just tighten that up. But generally, big scorers give themselves more chances at the double.
It's about taking those opportunities. He's had 7 in this game, Michel van der Horst, and he's missed a lot. He's going to get more in this one, though.
28. Michel, you require 94.
A plethora of them, in fact.
Yeah, you get to a point as a player, you understand when a leg is really gone, and you just then relax during the leg. And if you do get down and get a go
78.
at it, then all well and good.
Check 40.
But Tricol will be thinking about the next leg already and just trying to have these few darts to try and line himself up. Without doing anything stupid, like you say, still do the right things.
Game
You
shot
won't
on
be
the fourth
expecting to
leg.
get
Michelle
back, and rightly so.
Vanderhorst.
13 dart break for Michel van der Horst. It keeps him in the game. It was a breaker throw as well.
Fifth leg is Michelle to
So
throw
he has
first.
the darts to bring
Game
it back to
on.
3-2. But for Thibaut, he's missed a match chance there in terms of having the throw to win it. And he's going to get another opportunity if it goes to the next
95.
one. So this is effectively a free hit for the Frenchman. What about free hits? The Ashes isn't too far away.
60.
No, it isn't. And how we look forward to that. You know, it's definitely British summertime once the Ashes series starts.
55.
I do like a bit of cricket, and I do tend to hang about too much at lunchtime at the farm when the cricket's on. Or the MODUS Super Series, to be fair.
81.
I think we might have to speak to the boss and see whether we can get a TV screen with Test 1, Day 1 on it.
41.
Wow. There's a possibility of that, I suppose, but I think I know the answer to that one. I think we should be concentrating on what we're doing.
140.
In fairness, we'll be home by the afternoon session.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
58.
Well, the wickets will be tumbling over the next couple of months, but the tungsten is taking a tumbling here at the Super Series.
60.
But who's going to be stumped at the end of this one?
Chow needs something here, and it has to be a treble 20.
60. Thibaut,
Because
you
of the
require
score that he was on.
160.
Tricol trying to do a Tommy
100.
Morris there. Missing his second dart at the treble 20.
85. Thibaut, you require 60.
Ball deflection there from Michelle, but that happens to you. Bit high with the first one.
20.
It turned out to be a good marker
Michelle, you
for the
require
third, but
107.
is that a mistake that Tricol is going to regret? 47. Which way is he going? He's going double 16 for a change.
Game
And he
shot on the
nails
fifth leg.
it.
Michel van der Horst.
Nails it. Michel van der Horst is back in this match.
Well, Thibaut
Sixth leg is
Tricol
Thibaut to throw
burnt a
first.
dart
Game on.
en route to getting a dart for the match, and that solitary effort at tops came and went. And Michel van der Horst has picked up the pieces, finding a ton topper.
85.
And now Tricol has been forced to serve it out.
This is not the start
24.
that Michelle would have been looking for here in leg 6. Because Tricol has
140.
done what good players do. They punish those weak visits. And here we go.
180.
Another 180 for Michel van der Horst. Is 9th of the week or so far. But with that 22, it just
81.
averages out a ton of throw. Has to back the 180 again now.
59.
Kind of 180 is not a good 180 again until you've backed it up, and 59 is not really backing it up.
40. $60. Thibaut, you require 155.
To win the match, he's got 6 and 155. Tricol, he goes down first.
Could be 18s.
58.
20s is fine, leaves in 97. Shell will be looking for a 140 here.
134. Thibaut, you require 97.
Strange move, but a good treble visit. It's 97, straight at it. Goes for the double 19.
19.
And wastes
Michel, you
2
require
darts.
44.
Well, your boots, Michel van der Horst, going back up for tops.
Game shot on the sixth
And
leg.
nails it.
Michel van der Horst.
Jumps on the mistake from Tricol, doesn't he, really?
We need to have a conversation about board management
Seventh and
here.
final leg is Michel
The
to throw
second
first.
dart being at double
Game on.
19, a lot of players do that. But the third dart, once you've missed the segment altogether going into the double, it
100.
strikes as just a little bit careless in a crucial scenario.
But for Michel van der Horst, the experienced man that he is now thinking, hang on a minute.
58.
I shouldn't still be here. We should have shaken hands. We should be in the back room having a chat about my missed doubles. But we're not. He's now still here. He started taking darts out with a double. So he's going to back himself if he can get there first with the first dart at a double.
Is it because Thibaut plays a lot of soft tip darts?
60.
Can that, obviously those patterns, and obviously with players, does that possibly stem over into the steel tip game?
Oh, I don't get hogwash with all that jazz. I think that it can do that. I think why we see him go for so many double
93.
shots, doubles is the same. I think the reason for that. But I don't think we can take soft tip into account on some of it.
43.
You know the differences between the two games when you go to approach it, and maybe he should approach it more as a steel tip game than a soft tip. But I don't know. Only he knows why he does it.
85.
I will ask. He'll reply in French, and I still won't have a clue.
Well, Van der Horst is looking to reverse the fortunes of yesterday. Tuchel won this game
99.
from 3-1 behind. He's going to get an opportunity of 156, but under how much scrutiny from Tuchel?
100. Michel, you
bit.
require 156.
Here we go then. Another one of those. That's placed perfectly. You'll need another one now to leave.
100. Thibaut, you require
Over to you,
105.
Tuchel.
Treble 15 would have given him a dart at tops of the match, and so Van der Horst,
45.
who
Michel,
may
you
have thought
require
that his
56.
chances came and went amidst a miss of match darts by Thibaut Tuchel,
36.
has missed match darts of his own.
Thibaut, you
And so
require
the Frenchman
60.
who had 60 to win this game by 4 legs to 1 has 60 again to win it by 4 legs to 3. Tops is what he wants,
20.
but he misses 2 more
Michel,
to
you
win.
require 20.
Michel has rushed quite quickly in here. Thinking, this is my chance. Has to move over. 2 good darts.
No score. Thibaut, you require
I think
40.
we know he is not happy with that at all.
And so, tops for Tuchel again. Double 15.
25.
It has got
Michel,
beyond
you require
scrappy
20.
now.
Game,
And Michel
shot,
van der
and
Horst
match, Michel van der Horst.
pulls off the comeback to beat Thibaut Tuchel by 4 legs to 3. Tuchel, who had a flurry of darts for the match, which came and went in the end. 3 out of 13 when it came to the finishing for the Frenchman. Michel van der Horst, thanks in part to that 107 finish, is a 4-3 victor against the Frenchman. After the break, Daniel Lee and Patrick Mark play their first matches of the day. Join us in just a second.
Well, Tommy Morris has been the pace setter in the group from the off, but we now have a battle between the two players that were the best of the rest on Monday. Both Daniel Lee and Patrick Matt won 3 of their 5 fixtures on debut. Lee won this duel yesterday. Ready to talk you through today's meeting, Scott Mitchell is alongside Henry Deacon, and we're going to find out what they think of Pat's stats from day one.
Well, for me, I was quite impressed with his day one for a debutant. A running average of 87.50 is nothing, short of pretty good. It's I would go with that highest checkout. He was a 180 hitter yesterday. Was one of the things that impressed me. 7 180s, and again, this is another player that's a product of ADC Europe. This is what we're trying to find. We've got John Locken out there, the ADC Operationals Director, trying to get things moving out there, and it's starting to move well. Alongside the ADC Europe Tournament Director, Gerard Endrabosch, who obviously was the guy behind the side of our Masters as well. He was one of the figures of that. So the ADC Europe stuff is starting to work. If we're starting to find players like Patrick and reinventing people like Michel van der Horst coming back out. So I can only see this getting better and better.
81.
And we're going to find players with these stats coming over more often.
Is the one issue for Patrick Marr after the first day the doubles percentage at 22%?
Of course it is, but I think, this is the first time he's really done anything like this. He's done a bit of challenge tour, but this is the first time he's really been in the limelight. He's really been on the cameras. Are all about him, and he's just reveling in it. Really, I think, it's only one way for him from here, and I think that's upwards.
Well, let's see how both these players do in their second day at the Live Lounge in Ports. They've both picked up 6 points on their opening day, 3 and 2. Their record, and we often say in this competition, 59. You can get to 6 points on day one, you're into the week. You're confident about your chances for the days ahead.
When you've done that, it's definitely glass half full, not half empty. That's the point from the first day. Like I say, with the other things with the ADC, with now this collaboration with the NDB, who are the organisation and have been the big art darts organisation in Holland, we're going to just keep finding more of these players out there.
96.
Now, you've known the NDB for years, travelling across the circuit in the BDO/WDF system. Now, for those watching at home that may not know too much about them, just describe the work that they do out in the Netherlands and kind of the work they do within the sport
Patrick,
of darts.
you require 118.
Well, they're kind of running the whole national scene, really. Every player that throws a dart in Holland is part of the NDB.
58.
From MVG down,
78.
really. And they organise all the national events. They organise, the biggest event in the world, which is the Dutch Open. They organise all the Dutch Super League events. And that's just
38.
As part of the adult
Patrick,
part
you
of the
require
game.
60.
Obviously, they've got women's things going on. Their youth. How can you rival their youth system?
40.
With the guys that just keep coming through and coming
Daniel,
through.
you require 40.
Jimmy Van Ski, who lost in the national finals to Yella last weekend. I knew him as a youth kid, but he's never needed a stall. He's always been 6'5".
12.
But
Patrick, you require 20.
Just keep finding them, and they just keep coming through now.
Bit like Patrick, who wants double 10 for this opening leg break.
Game shot
And it goes 1-0 Patrick Marr. Break a throw in the opener. And so collaborations with ADC
Second
Europe,
leg is
ADC Oceania
first.
as well. We've had a
Game
couple of
on.
representatives on there in the Super Series at the beginning of Series 5. We had Mal Cumming and Jeremy Fagg come over. We weren't meant to have
140.
GG Gordon Mathers this week, but was unable to travel over. So Tommy Morris getting the invite and making more than the advantage of the invite that he's been given as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's showing how far the ADC is going. It will be worldwide, and we're in its infancy at the moment. We really are, and we're praising it up already. So what is it going to be like? What can you vision it 3 years down the line? Because I can see that the Americas coming in and
140.
and it's just getting bigger and bigger.
I think when the North American region come in, that's the watershed moment, because that feels like, as Patrick Martin hits his first max of the day, that feels like the next region that is brimming. It's brimming in a way that Germany was perhaps around about 10 years ago.
44.
It's ready to burst out there.
Patrick, you require
and I think
96.
once it does, in a similar way to Germany did with the Euro Tour, as Mark looks for an 11 on
Game shot
double
in the second
18
leg.
with a
Patrick
2-0
Mark.
lead against Daniel Lee.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. With the German side
Third
of
leg
things,
is Daniel to throw first.
you
Game
know,
on.
there are big exhibitions happening out there now, and I've done a couple with Feel the Power and friends, and you know, they've been well attended, and they just absolutely adore
100.
the dart. So, you know, when the Germans get into the ADC as well, then yeah, we really will get some coverage, and we're really going to see some guys, because there's some great. We see great
100.
players out there that come off the floor at an exhibition and play you. You know, it's the game is on the rise. There's no two ways about it.
We'll be seeing more ADC players from both the UK and across
90.
Europe over the next few weeks. But our concentration is on this third game of the day between Daniel Lee and Patrick Mark, the Dutchman opening up a 2-0 lead and looking to find his second max of the day. And he's going through the levels here. An 11 darter in leg 2, a max in the third.
$70.
Daniel hasn't started as quick as he did yesterday, but he has been under the cosh from dart 1 from Patrick Martin.
91.
You have to give credit to Patrick for having Daniel under the cosh, but we know that he does not go away, Daniel. He will keep plugging and try to take every opportunity that's offered to him.
53. Patrick, you require 130.
Another. The bullseye doesn't have to go for
90.
it and won't go for it.
Yeah, laid up with a short iron, got 6 inches from the pin.
59.
Coming back to double
Patrick, you
top.
require 40.
A 3-0 lead and a 13 dart on the back of an 11. 10s
30.
inside, and this was the
Daniel,
issue
you require
yesterday
129.
on the doubles. 22% for the day there and 22% for the day here. Bull.
And this is what he was doing yesterday, and taking opportunities,
104.
and almost,
Patrick, you require
almost
10.
gets that one.
This time the 5s has
Game
to
shot on
go.
the third
This
leg.
time
Patrick
the 5s
Mark.
does go, and it's a double break and 3-0 lead for Patrick Mark, who looks to continue the march from day
Fourth
one
leg
here
is
at the
Patrick
Live
to throw
Lounge.
first. Game on.
Patrick Mark will realise that the more chances that he gives people, and he knows it all already, but the more opportunities he gives people, then the more times they will rob him of
55.
a leg that really should have been his comfortably.
And this is what the Super Series does. Of course, you get opportunities under the lights and you want to perform and you want to pick up the big checks, of
140.
course, but it gives you the opportunity in front of the stage, in front of the cameras, to learn bits about your game. And on top of that, you've got the opportunity to watch these games back on
85.
YouTube, to watch these games back on Sporty Stuff TV, and you can, well, you've almost got the best analytical lesson you want if you want to watch your games back and you want to work on certain elements of your game.
140.
Yeah, without doubt, and that is kind of the thing about the MODUS Super Series, to have that availability in your infancy as a
140.
player. It's just massive for you, really.
Welcome to the Maximum Club, Daniel Lee.
180.
Is it merely more than just a drop in the ocean, or
41.
could that be the moment that a
Daniel, you require
fuse of a
41.
comeback is lit? He'll do anything to leave double 12, this man.
35.
That's an unfortunate slide down the barrel in the wrong direction. And that will leave him double 3, and Patrick Mark looks to be leaving something very handy
140.
indeed.
Daniel requires 6.
Straight down
Game
for
shot
double
on the
free,
fourth leg.
straight in,
Daniel
double
Lee.
free. It's a 13 darter, back to 3-1.
And what I like about that shows a lot about Daniel Lee's character. Firstly, the fact that
Fifth
he
leg,
went
it's
straight
Daniel
at
to
it
throw
and didn't
first.
two it up and
Game
put any
on.
pressure or more pressure on himself. And the way that he went at it with confidence, and he absolutely told that dart that you are going in there. And again, at 3-0 down, I spoke yesterday about players
60.
having special moments and special things, and that is a special throw from a special player that tells me that he has it to go further.
100.
Clamour for places in this competition is only going to get higher as a result of
140.
debutants like these two putting in the numbers that they're putting in.
The thing with the Super Series is it is
140.
a realistic goal for any player coming up through. It's a more than realistic goal to get here. When you think back in the day it was trying to get to Lakeside
100.
and only 32 players make it there, and you know the way that this works and how many players get used in a year, you know this is the draw to the
97.
ADC for these younger players and these new players and even older players that we've seen. It's a chance for them to get their TV debut.
And more than a TV debut, a full week
100.
under those lights.
Patrick,
and
you require
what it's done to
164.
certain careers. I always like to use the example of the likes of Connor Scott, Graham Usher.
140.
The
Daniel require
rebuild of the career of
101.
Josh Payne. As Daniel Lee looks to rebuild this game.
Indeed, and I look back at the start of my kind of darting career, and to get on TV 4 times, I think I was on 2007
69.
at the UK Open, and then
Patrick, you require
maybe the
24.
World Masters and the Lakeside in 2010. To get 3 appearances on telly took me over like 3.5 years.
Game.
And you can
shot,
get that in a week
and
here.
the match, Patrick
And
Marks.
here's the win for Patrick Mark. He's done it. It's a 4-1, very comprehensive win for him. It's a 94 average. Daniel Lee did start a fight back. Patrick Matt, he takes it. So we go to a short break, and we'll be back on the other side with Mr. Tricole against Mrs. Ashton.
Well, it was disappointment for both Lisa Ashton and particularly Thibaut Tricol in their respective openers this morning. Both losing, but the Frenchman failing to win despite opening up a 3-0 lead against Michelle van der Horst. It leaves them in danger of falling too far off the pace with further defeats today, as you can see. But the beauty of the Super Series is that one result can change how things look. So, whose luck will change here? Let's find out. Back to Scott and Henry.
Well, both need a bit of luck to change, if I'm perfectly honest. Tricol would have been looking to come in and win that first game this morning. And again, he was 3-0 up and squandered chances to win 4-1, sorry. So the Frenchman, he knows he needs to get on the board. Lisa here. Former England international, 4 times world champion.
First leg, it's Thibaut to throw first.
Is not the person to be chasing a win against, is she?
And you know that when Lisa finds the gear, then you know you're going to have to produce something spectacular.
55.
That's that to Tommy Morris in her first game of the day by 4 legs to 2. And effectively, these next couple of games could be so important because the winner of this one will move on to 6 points. And then you've got the meeting between Patrick Mart and Tommy Morris afterwards. Now, Patrick wins that one. You've got 2 players at the top on 10. Whoever's on 6 points isn't out of the race, providing they have a good, strong end to the day. 45. However, it could also go the other way, and it could transpire that someone could be 8 points behind Tommy Morris at the end of this game.
And you figure that if Thibaut has any chance of moving, he's really got to move now because, you know, after the poor start yesterday, there's just no room for error 95. As we go through this Tuesday. And, you know, his fate could be sealed by the end of the day today if he doesn't. And you can see he's troubled about it. You can see that he's kind of overthinking
140.
Well, the bookies stuck by Thibaut at the beginning of the day because they kept him as second favourite to go on and win the group behind Tommy Morris.
Thibaut, you require 106.
Well, we commented yesterday how Thibaut generally has a slow start on Monday. And obviously that's something 43. As well that's been noticed by the bookies on his other visits. So I think that's why they stuck with him.
58.
Whether they still feel that way, having squandered that 3-0 lead against Michelle van der Horst, yet to be seen. Big 18 turns into a double.
$55.
It out nicely, but can Lisa keep him under pressure?
45.
No,
Thibaut, you require 8. Game shot on the
double
first
4
leg.
for Thibaut to take a 1-0 lead. Comfortable first leg in truth for the Frenchman.
Second leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
And Lisa Ashton, a bit like what she was doing at times yesterday, beginning a leg
121
on the 19s, and well, when she did do that yesterday, it did come with a fair bit of success.
45.
It was one of those crazy days, wasn't it, where we had Ashton beginning legs on the 19s, we had Daniel Lee going for the bullseye as of will, and maybe even 57. The odd double 13 setup shot as well. You don't want to be a spotter in that scenario, would you?
No, our spotters do a great job.
96.
95% of the time. And that other 5% is generally, in my opinion, not their fault because it can be 79. A player changing a habit of a lifetime. The spotters just absolutely study these players inside and out, and they know
140.
What doubles they go for, where they go for it, when they go for it, which way they go when they've missed that double. And then all of a sudden they start throwing at 19s when they usually throw at 20s. So my heart goes out to the spotters. It really does.
You don't have to say it just because they're in your ear.
60.
They are in my ear, but the other thing is I do actually feel for them because I don't think I could do the job. So, you know, fair play to them. It's an expertise that Oh, wow.
171.
171
T-Bay
from
require
Lisa.
160.
I haven't got a 171 box on my little scorecard here.
Nearly needed to add a 160 column to the scorecard. Treacle missing the second treble for that, and so
84.
Ashton returns
Lisa
to double
requires
7 to level
14.
proceedings up at 1 apiece. After the 171 setup. And she
7.
find one to the right-hand side. No is the answer, and
76.
so Treacle back for 76 with a break. Wow, wow, wow. Double, double.
56.
But it's not toil and trouble
Lisa,
for
you require
Treacle.
7.
And Ashton returns for 7.
Now I could acquire, I think that's a soft tip way, going to double-double, but Ashton
5.
here, she's
T-Bay, you
gotta
require
learn to take
20.
these chances.
Game shot in the second leg. T-Bow
See,
Treacle.
I feel the easiest thing in darts is when somebody's missed a double. It's easy for you to pop in and hit one. I
Third
think
leg
it's
is
the
T-Bow
easiest
to
time
throw
to hit
first.
one, but it's
Game
having
on.
that risk of letting somebody have a go at one before you get to have a throw at yours.
Well, it's almost on the
65.
basis of being careful what you wish for in that particular scenario. Ashton again, beginning the leg on 19s.
121.
Referee in the middle today is Justin Bradshaw.
140.
One of our top class referees, and he's got to be observant, of course, to all of these different scenarios.
47.
Talk about hard life of a spotter. It's a tough life being a referee.
45.
What if you're a referee and spotter?
And a marker. Apparently one of them has just come back from New York.
57.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I should have let somebody know.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. I didn't know that, honestly. He hadn't mentioned it.
140.
Apparently they like a band called Coldplay as well. Obviously,
85.
doesn't find
T-Bay
anything
require
better to do with his spare
111.
time. Anyway, Treacle 111 for 3-0 lead. It's going to be 1 at double 16.
79.
And he is going to come back.
I've heard at Coldplay tomorrow night the stage is all yellow.
Certainly won't be having the
47.
adventure of a lifetime.
T-Bay
Anyway,
requires
double 16
32.
and 8.
16. Lisa, you require 144.
Will the Lancashire Rose have the higher power here?
$96. T-Bay, you require
Can Treacle
16.
fix the scenario?
Game shot in the third
Yes, he
leg.
can. It's
T-Bow
magic from
Treacle.
Treacle. It's 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Well, the game's going at the speed of sound. Stop the clocks.
57.
You could say he's in paradise. But he almost got to the top of the universe in the world of
81.
darts last year when he made the Lakeside final, narrowly missing out to Neil Duff.
47.
And it has been a case of some Coldplay at times for Treacle, but
100.
he's managed to pull the right tunes together when it's mattered.
99.
Right, I'm going to go and get my coat.
I think it's time to leave. I couldn't get a word in there edgeways. I was trying to get a David Essex quote in, but it wouldn't happen. Just my age, you know.
95. 95. 81.
Had to be careful there with the last. Managed to leave a double. Let a shot out. Lisa staying down there chasing the 133.
T-Bay require
95's a
144.
good visit. It's 1-4-4. Thibaut, he goes a different way than I was taught.
44.
And continues to do so.
Lisa, you require
Leaves
108.
a straight 100. Which enables him to go for it with one treble, providing Lisa doesn't hit this 36.
90. Thibaut, you require 100.
So for the first whitewash victory of the day, Thibaut Tricol will go for tops now, just underneath.
60.
And so Ashton will get one more
Lisa, you
chance
require 18.
on double 9 to get a leg on the board.
Lovely marker. Just too far inside.
10.
Needed
Thibaut,
to
you
glance the
require
barrel.
40.
You fear for her and she won't be back. Thibaut has
20.
really been struggling on the outer ring
Lisa,
today.
you require 8.
He was 3 from 13 in his first game. He's 3 from 13 now. But Ashton is having her trouble on the
4.
doubles. And now she's missed 11 herself.
Thibaut, you require 20.
And so Tricol will come back for 10s to
Game,
seal
shot,
and
the
wrap
match,
up
Thibaut
a 4-0
Tricol.
victory over Lisa Ashton. It was almost a handshaking way of apology from Thibaut Tricol as he gets the better of the Lancashire Rose by 4-0. Despite 10 missed doubles, he's over the line and the points is all that matters at this stage. And it is the battle of the top 2 that is going to consume us here on the South Coast as Tommy Morris takes on Patrick Mart.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back. In terms of booking a ticket to finals night through this group, this is a huge match. Tommy Morris taking on Patrick Mart, the only man to beat him yesterday. And if he does it again today, he will go level at the top of the table with the best player from yesterday. There you can see Tommy's stats, and Scott Mitchell knows him well, so I'll hand over to him to talk you through them.
Yeah, it's quite funny actually see Tommy's stats up like this. I've never really seen them before, but he'll be happy running an 89 average. You know, that's, you know, old money. The 30 average is what everybody's looking at. He's had big shot outs. Percentage on doubles is there and thereabouts. And The new way of sort of taking a bit of time as a rat-tat-tat player and picking out that double is really working for him, and that's been the big difference in his game in the last 3 or 4 months. He's been around such a long time with me. I forget he's still only 30. And he's playing a man here who's 29, so
First
couldn't
leg
get
is Tommy
more
to
even
throw
than
first. Game on.
They say that's kind of around about the age a darts player should peak, around 29, 30. And you feel like the pace of the game here
140.
is really going to suit each other. Both are going to go at it, as you say, with quite some pace and quite some vigour. There's going to be a bit of zip to this match. So if you're planning on doing something for the next 5 minutes, don't.
This could be like we call the Tim Vine match. Tim Vine has a practice every morning and he boils the kettle and tries to do a 5:01. By the time the kettle boils, do not go and boil your kettle now, because this game could be over before it boils.
45.
There's plenty of things you can do within 5 minutes, and in the case of these two players, playing a darts match is one.
60.
He's left 161 after 9 in the space of 39 seconds.
140. Tommy, you require 161.
But I have to say, Matt's coming back at him. That's a loose one.
85.
Recovers with big treble last dart. Mart back on 258. He's not going to be there long.
Tommy, you require 76.
So he's left to finish should he get a chance. Morris then 76. Having a look, has to move. The way that Tommy's darts sit, you can see they sit quite high.
Game shot in the first leg. Tommy Morris.
What a dart that is. What a dart that is. I'd have aimed for the other corner. Maybe he was, but in is in. And he takes
Second
a 1-0
leg is Patrick
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't matter how, as long as it is. I think we're going to enjoy this.
180.
As my old mate Bobby would say, this is proper darts, son, not Mickey Mouse.
There's nothing Mickey Mouse for Mart. In fact, he's on a march. Oh,
120.
No! It was in the treble bed. He's come in, he's come out, and he would have been on the 9.
45.
Indeed, he would have been. Just trying to grab me breath there. Got a little bit
95.
He'll be favourite for the leg now, Mart.
Patrick, you require 106. $44.
So 62 for Mart. Pressure will be applied, hopefully, by Morris here. That's what he'll be hoping.
140.
140.
Patrick, you require 62.
Means there's a little pressure. He's going to get one dart. It's going to be double top.
42.
It was his go-to double
Tommy,
yesterday, double top.
116.
And he generally nailed it in one dart. Morris should get a dart now. It's that double top again. He's heading off to the right. Can he do the same again?
Game shot in the second leg. Tommy Morris.
That is a big, big dart. 2 116 finishes from Morris. Impressive from the man at the top of the group.
First. Game on.
Well, since the chaos of the bounce out with the 6th, shall we call it, in quotation marks, perfect dart. The leg then unravelled. 95, 44, and of course the 42. He had the opportunity to get it done, but
80.
Morris then picked up the pieces by taking out the ton topper and opening up a 2-0 lead.
And the bounce out did not look to be anything to do with the board. It was more to do with the fact that Patrick uses quite a hard flight, and it was like a dart on dart out, wasn't it?
60.
And we can see here the actual angle of the darts going into the board. We're going to see it from Patrick as he returns to the hockey here. They do stand up to attention, but he throws him with quite some venom, doesn't he?
125. Tommy, you require 161.
He uses the other dart an awful lot, doesn't he? He's one of those players that if that first dart's in the right place, he really does use it well.
50.
And here's that prime example.
180.
He uses it extremely well, and that's his 11th
Tommy, you require
180
111.
so far in Group A.
Oh, this is becoming ridiculous. Tops again. He hasn't missed this target yet. Aye, with the 111, Tommy Morris. 3 15 dart legs, 3 doubles from 3, all 3 on tops.
First.
This is something special from Tommy Morris.
60.
I hope I play him in the Southampton Dart Series tonight, because he can't keep this up, surely.
100.
I think everyone at the Southampton Dart Series hopes he doesn't turn up.
140.
There's just no sign of relenting.
100.
We know no 2 games are the same, but it just looks so relaxed up there. He really is keeping it simple.
100.
He's just looking at the game and trying to win dart matches, and that's how you play these group events. You know, don't try and look ahead and say, if I win this, I'm going to end up there, and I do that, I'm going to end up there. He's just getting his head down, and very impressive indeed so far.
100.
But he's not over the line yet.
Because Patrick Mark, credit to him, is averaging 98.18. He's had 2 maximums in this match, but has only been afforded 1 dart at the double.
44. Patrick,
might get some here.
101.
Definitely should get 1 here. It's going to be double 16.
Game shot.
Oh, that's classy.
Patrick Mark.
Absolutely classy. We have played 4 legs in this match. 3 of them have been won with ton-topping finishes. And the one that wasn't won with a ton-topper in itself by Tommy Morris was one with a 76 out, which was hit with the last dart in hand, his first dart at a double. It's been an impressive encounter. It's been an excellent encounter.
180. $140. 45.
You at the Southampton Dart Series tonight, Scott?
Yes, I will be. Yeah, I'm a proud winner of the middle 16 last week.
85.
Chris Murphy's actually got to the quarter-final of the plate in that competition. Although his draw was a bit suspicious.
Tommy, you require 136.
Tommy Morris looking to make it the darting dozen here. If he could take out 136 for the match, it would be for 12. It'd be the first leg he had of 1 in 15 all game.
60. Patrick, you require 96.
That's marked for the break.
56.
Double.
Tommy, you require 76.
76 after 12 is not too shabby. He's going to chase that tops again.
56.
Just under this time.
Patrick, you require 40.
That's what a little bit of scoreboard pressure does to you.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Patrick
He's under
Marks.
more scoreboard pressure now. He clawed it back to 3-2, Patrick Matt. And he's got the throw in leg 6.
6th leg is Patrick.
And there would have been some symmetry to bookend the match if Tommy Morris won the first leg with a 76 last start at tops and won the last leg of the match last start at tops. But it's not to be
45
this time around. And Mark, who obtained and accrued the break in the previous leg, kicks off without a treble.
60.
But gets away with it.
Surely this has to peter out and cannot
96.
go and continue at the way that it was going. It was an absolutely treble 20 fest there, middle of the match.
60.
Now we're starting to get it. Now we're starting to get it to think. Thinking starting for both players now.
93.
It was a good fine last start from Mark.
60.
3 troubleless visits in a row for Morris. Mart is now seeing an opening.
100.
He's 167. The trebles have got to come for Morris.
100.
If he is
Patrick
going to close this gap.
167.
Are we just seeing a sliding doors moment in this game as Morris is just beginning to regress a little bit? Mart is staying at the level that he was when Morris was going completely crazy.
123.
So for three apiece,
67.
he's going to have 2 in his hand, a double A. Only needs the 1, and 3-3 it is, and we go all the way. Once again, Mart has had 4 maximums in this game.
7th and final leg.
60% when it's come to the doubling. He's had to bide his time. He's had to bide his opportunities. But when they have happened, when they have arisen,
60.
He has taken full knowledge of it. And he may get the opportunity here to steal the darts from the grasp of Tommy Morris.
99.
We targeted this game earlier, didn't we, in the show, and said this could be an all-important game.
100.
I think both lads know it.
He's on the march.
180.
He might be motoring towards the finishing line now. And remember, Tommy Morris was 3-0 up in this game. He was in cruise control.
140.
And now he is playing second fiddle, second favourite to Patrick Mart.
100.
To be fair, all he's done is missed a dart at tops, Morris. That's all he's done wrong.
40.
He hit
Patrick
3 lovely darts at tops, and
122.
to criticise yourself for missing 1 would be harsh.
54.
But such is the crazy complexities of the competition. He's going to have to take out this 161, you feel, to get the points. He's not going to do that. And so Mart returns to 68
100.
to complete the full comeback.
68.
From 3-0 down to Victor. It's 2 at double 4 for 4 in a row.
64.
Inside.
Tommy, you require
knew
61.
the importance of that dart. Where is Tommy going? He's now got to go 11 for ball.
$36.
Once again, he's at a 25
Patrick,
going for the ball.
4.
And is that going to cost him?
Has to move across. How much can he see?
Game,
Enough
shot,
to squeeze
and
it
match.
in.
Patrick
It's
Mart.
a miracle dart for Mart as he pulls off the miracle comeback to depose of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 3 from 3-0 down with an average of 95.33. 5 maximums in there as well. Tommy Morris had 2 ton plus finishes out of the 3 legs that he won. The other one was a 76 out. An impressive game, a top match. And after the break, we're going to see Michel van der Horst in action against Daniel Lee, the last game of round 2.
Well, an interesting result before the break, seeing Patrick Mart join Tommy Morris at the top of the table by beating him. Now Game 6 is about to get underway, and it's Michel van der Horst against Daniel Lee. Van der Horst, well, this was the only fixture he won yesterday against Daniel Lee. Apart from that, had a very decent day. And here are Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell to talk you through this stats and this match.
Thank you very much, Chris, and very interesting to see Daniel Lee's statistics there. And the one thing that glares out quite obviously is the checkout percentage, 45.95%. That is bordering on world class from him. A running average of 86.5 is just above the par for the course as expected by the players in this particular competition. And he kind of took to the first day here of the Super Series a little bit like a duck to water, swimming quite nicely above the tide upon the live lounge in Portsmouth. For Michel van der Horst, it took him a couple of games yesterday to find his feet in this competition, but when it came to the first game of today, well, he got the better of the group favourite Thibaut Tricol by 4 legs to 3. He's looking to move himself onto 6 points in the group, and it would mean that following the 7th round of fixtures, Lisa Ashton would find herself outright bottom of the group.
137.
How impressed have you been with Daniel over the course of the last day and a half?
Very impressed. He really is looking forward to this. I know, you know, away from the board, he's an events manager.
139.
Manages various events, and talking to him earlier, and he's been out in Ireland, sort of going around and Dublin and Cork and arranging varying events. So he gets about a bit and probably doesn't get as much practice as he would like to get. But he's still mighty impressive
96.
For me. His mental attitude, I think, is the thing that is impressive for me, because that's one part of the game you cannot teach. It's the mental side of the game. You learn it, but you can't teach it, and you can only learn it from the experiences you put yourself through. And again,
140.
Keep mentioning
you
it,
require
this
90.
is what the MODUS Super Series does for you.
Oh,
Game shot on the first leg. Michel van der Horst.
Beautiful for Michel. Tops for 12.
Second leg is Daniel
25
to
minutes
first.
ago, you could buy one of those when he needed it. Now he's hitting them frequently for fun.
I want to have a chat with our stats department because I want that changed.
95.
It should be 2 out of 1. So he went for tops.
But technically,
140.
Technically, he only had 1 dart at tops to win it. So I believe that
60.
you are wrong, Squeaky Deeks.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, Scott.
Yeah.
61.
It is a good story, I'll let you have that. But then so is Little Red Riding Hood. Somebody has to be the big bad wolf, don't they?
I suppose Scotty Dog, it kind of has the ring to it, doesn't it?
43.
Into game 6 of our day, it's the conclusion of the second round of fixtures. Every player will then play 3 more matches from this point onwards to conclude the second day's action here in Group 8. And then we will finish proceedings off tomorrow
93.
where the first name will book themselves into finals night on Saturday, which is an occasion opened up to an audience. Every Saturday night is opened up to an audience. Scan that QR code on your screen. We'll send you to a website called dartshop.tv, where you can obtain your tickets to every Saturday night, including Champions Week on the 5th of August. As Van der Horst looks at 156. It's not going to happen this time.
58. Daniel, you require 150.
Van der Horst playing a little more pace here in this one. I'm
86.
flabbergasted there.
Michel, you require 98.
Was that like a Simon Whitlock attempt?
It was full Whitlocks. This going to be full punishment.
86.
Not to be.
Daniel, you require
Now, if he's got
64.
anything about him, from this point he goes 14 bull. 54 left. 18. For the
Game
double.
shot on the second leg.
To level.
Daniel Lee.
Strangest 64 I have ever seen. Without
Third
doubt.
leg is Michelle to throw first. Game on.
An absolute spotter's
100.
nightmare. The end of that leg. An absolute spotter's nightmare. You can study players all you like.
134.
And there is just no way, being behind the scenes how the spotting works, you can ever predict that.
Just go full
100.
board. Even then we'd probably get it wrong. But you know what? We need a bit of
41.
this. Something a little bit different, a little bit almost maverick. It's spicy.
But when you go maverick, you borderline. It's
81.
borderline insanity. You know, I like I say, I think the world of Daniel. I think he's a lovely lad, and we've had a chat this morning, and he's just sound as a pound. But I wouldn't have ever expected him to do anything other than conventional there. But once we had the 150 and he went for the 3 balls, it was
40.
there's something inside that ticks that makes you go that way. And fair play to him. If that's the way he plays, obviously there are people out there that would know that and maybe be able to let us know. But yeah, strange board
56.
management, we'll call it.
If you were a player in the background and you saw that, what on earth would you be thinking?
I can't repeat that live on air.
Not 11 in the morning.
But no, I would, as an older
55.
statesman, sat behind that thinking, you are having a giraffe, aren't you? Are you taking the what's it out of me? That's what I would feel if a player was doing that to me.
46. Michelle, you require 125.
Treble 20. Left top. I mean, at that point, I would love to see him go ball
Daniel,
after what
require
we just seen.
128.
But what that can do to an elder statesman player like myself is then start making you to try too hard, and then ultimately you can make too many mistakes yourself.
92. Michelle, you require
He's
60.
double 18, but is he going to get a go? Double 10. Oh,
No score.
that was
Daniel, you require 36.
wild second dart. I don't think it left the hand properly.
Game shot in the third leg.
That left
Daniel
with poison
Lee.
vigour. Lee leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Feels like there may be a touch of needle here. For me, there's just something about that stage at the moment that you can
100.
cut the atmosphere with a knife.
Tension. Tungsten tension. I'm just wondering whether there's just something happening at
100.
the back of the stage, possibly. There's certainly something. You could see it. You could see it when Daniel came back from the board at the end of the last leg.
60.
There's something on that stage. It's clear as daylight.
Generally, when it's something like that,
57.
you've heard something behind you, maybe that your opposite number is done. He's either stood in one of the footholes, or we know there's a few little
96.
holes there at the back for our little smoke machine, and maybe it's that, or maybe he's rattled his darts.
58.
Whether accidentally or not, you hear it once as a player, and you think he's done that on purpose.
The other thing as well about this room is it's so quiet in there. You could
100.
literally hear a pin drop in there.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday. You can hear a pigeon land on the roof outside, can't you? And an ambulance going up the street or whatever.
64. Daniel,
The
you
point that when
require
our pundits go up on the
145.
balcony, they literally have to tiptoe so they don't make a noise. Well, Lee will be hoping to make a huge noise here with the 145.
120. 100. Daniel, you require 25.
Double 12. He loves his target. Double 6.
19.
Inside.
Michelle, you require 122.
Yeah, Van der Horst got a little lucky there because he needed a treble 20 to leave a finish. So maybe he was thrown that way, not expecting to get a finish, but he's had a dart at it.
Daniel, you require 6.
A good one previous. It's double 6 now for Daniel.
3. Michelle, you require 49.
He's failed on this occasion, and Van der Horst would not be expecting to get this chance. Can he take it?
33.
No, he can't on this occasion.
Daniel, you require 3.
You can't go no further. Well, he has to move across.
No score.
Just underneath, and so Van der Horst will
Michelle, you
return for
require
double 8.
16. Game shot on the 4th leg.
In it
Michelle
goes, break
Van der
your throw,
Horst.
2-2. Not
Fifth leg is
even
Michelle
a
to throw
look
first. Game on.
at one another.
It's an acknowledgement there from Michelle to say, you know, sorry, I've robbed that one a little bit. A little hand up when he came back from the board.
57.
I don't think Daniel Lee is having any of it.
100. $58.
Minder coming up after this. Patrick Mart's going to actually have his opportunity to go top of the group when he takes on Thibault Chacol.
$121. $83.
All got a little bit scrappy, this leg.
95.
There, we'll leave the 170. Daniel just has a quick look over the board. He will start at
138.
Big
Michelle, you
visit,
require
just as I
170.
mentioned, it was getting scrappy. And again from Van der Horst. Oh, he's got the bullseye now.
126.
Rushed it a
Daniel, you
little.
require 40.
But it's 40 for Lee. Talk about rushed. He was there before Van der Horst had even got back past him.
35.
Squandered
Michelle, you
chances
require
for
44.
Lee.
And so Van der Horst is going Motown. 4 tops.
24.
But he's not going
Daniel, you require 5.
loco and Acapulco. He's just going loco with himself as Lee goes a double
Game shot on
2
the fifth
to
leg.
lead
Daniel
3-2.
Lee.
And now he throws for the match.
Yeah, Lee went downtown there. No success the leg before on double 3.
6th leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Far more efficient on the double 2.
There is definitely something going on stage. You can just tell.
60.
Just the movements and
85.
the way, you know, one player's going at the drinks table at a different time to the other. There's not really much in way of eye contact.
140.
Yeah, it does seem a strange one.
180.
And both players like I do, I don't see either
80.
of them as what I would say as kind of a dirty play, you know. They're both nice guys, so I don't know what's kind of happened here.
59.
Whether it's deliberate or accidental, somebody has taken offence.
I'm intrigued to see the handshake at the end of the game. And
95.
you just hope that it's a bit of a storm in a teacup issue.
Yeah, you hope so. You hope so. They've got a few hours in a room together.
Daniel, you require 126.
Till the end of the day.
Well, it's still a possibility if he found 51, and then he would have had a chance at the bull again.
102.
Needs
Michelle, you
himself
require
double
97.
12. Van der Horst 97 to send us all the way. Treble 18. Would have given him a dart at tops, and so Daniel Lee
23.
double 12
Daniel
to
require
seal a
24.
4-2 success.
Game,
And double
shot,
12 is
and
bound
the
for a
match,
4-2
Daniel
success.
Lee.
There's a shake of the hand between the two players at the end. You could just get the sense there's a little bit of tension on the stage between the two as Daniel Lee gets a better Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an 81.42 average and 4 out of 13 when it came to the doubles. He is a 4-2 victor against Michel van der Horst. Next up, Patrick Mark against Thibault Tricol.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's been a very interesting day of action so far. 6 games down. Scott Mitchell's been casting his eye over them, and we'll take a look at the results so far. Some really significant ones. In fact, 2 matches there. Thibault Tricol's defeat to Michel van der Horst in the second game, and then Patrick Mark beating Tommy Morris, where the players have come from 3-0 down.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect to lose from 3-0 up, and so how that affects those players in the next round, we'll find out now.
Yeah, and it's something that only happens on average about once a week, so to happen twice in the first 6 matches today is remarkable. Morris had started really well as well with that 4-2 win over Lisa Ashton. Are there worries for her because she lost 4-0 to Thibault Tricol in the second match as well?
Yeah, there are a few, aren't there? She seems to be holding aside a little bit, but I don't know whether there's an injury or not, but she's definitely not feeling comfortable up there today.
Well, we'll take a look at the table because it has changed a little bit. Tommy Morris now level with Patrick Mark after he had that really good comeback win. And it just goes to show that Monday doesn't count for anything really, does it? Tuesday is a day that can really start to separate the group, and it looks like we're going to have a 2 or 3 horse race.
Yeah, definitely. That was a big win for Daniel Lee, that last one against Van der Horst, and he's put himself right in the mix.
Tricol still hanging around. The bookies were backing him still before today. Can he still make a move?
I think so, because everybody's beating each other at the moment. Morris has not got away at the top like we thought he may do. And it's now down to Patrick Martin, this game here against Tricol. He could separate the group right up here.
Yeah, Mart has been the mover so far today, and we can talk about all the big finishers, but this could prove to be the dart of the day, maybe in of the week, couldn't it? Look how blocked that is, and he gets it to get over the line against the then league leader.
Until the camera shot changed, we didn't know whether it was in commentary. So, yeah, that was a big, big dart. And how big it is, we'll find out as the day goes on.
And who would have thought we'd be stood here now saying that somebody other than Tommy Morris could be top of the table?
But he's upped his game today. You know, he's averaging more, Patrick Mart, than he did yesterday. And that's just danger for Tricol for the next game.
Well, Patrick will leapfrog Tommy if he does win this match. So without further ado, let's get it on. Scott's going to head downstairs to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, here we go. The beginning of round 3. Patrick Mart against Thibaut Tricol, the battle of the Netherlands and France. And it could see the Dutchman go to the top of the table. And, well, he's certainly happy about something. Maybe he's saying hello to Scott from the balcony. The 29-year-old from Zwolle in the Netherlands. ADC European qualifier up against the 33-year-old Thibaut Tricol from France, the French touch. One up at the WDF World Championship in 2022. As far as their days are concerned, we've spoken about Patrick's march. As for Tricol, began with a 4-3 defeat to Michel van der Horst. He missed 10 darts at double, a plethora for the match. That was then backed up by a swift 4-0 victory against Lisa Ashton.
Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Where he was 4 from 14 on the double. It was an average of 75, but it just felt enough to get over the line.
81.
And it was enough to get over the line against the Lancashire Rose. But what are we going to see in this one?
99.
As far as the
140.
odds compilers are concerned, well, they had the pair 5 to 6 each of 2 in this match. They're still
135.
sticking and trying to back their man Tricol, who began the week as the favourite to not just win the group, but to win the whole lot.
$100. Patrick, you require 140.
Both players on a finish after 9. It is Patrick first to the finish, though.
60. T-Bay, you require 167.
Well, we saw the fish from the Rose yesterday. We're not going to find the 167 from the Frenchman.
60. Patrick, you require 80.
So, for the opening leg in the regulation 5 visits, he's going to get a dart at tops, although that's sat precariously low. However,
60.
It means he's got
T-Bay, you require 107.
more of the bed to aim at, but he couldn't find it. Just recalibrating, just
55.
thinking through his options as he went down to the 16s corridor.
Game shot
and double
on the first
10
leg.
sees
Patrick
the first
Mart.
leg in the possession of Patrick Mart.
Second leg is T-Bay to throw first.
Who-
Game on.
It has to be said, he's not just picking up where he left off yesterday, he's actually
26.
exceeding those levels.
Yeah, I mentioned that on the balcony with Murph there, that he has
180.
jumped up, Patrick Mart. He's jumped up and started to make his move
81.
in this group on moving day, and that was his 15th 180 in Group A.
59.
5 in that 4-3 victory against Tommy Morris. Up there with the better than
140. 58.
And with that comes confidence. When you know you're scoring, you know the confidence starts to come. And I think this is Thibaut's issue here.
95.
He's usually a far better scorer than this. There's another mistake from him.
85.
You always hit 2 trebles when you're on no finish. It's a funny thing about darts. Leave yourself 162, you'll hit 2 treble 20s every time.
otherwise known as Murphy's Law.
135.
Murphy's
Patrick, you
Law
require
indeed.
119.
I like what you did there. So it's treble 20. Not to be this time.
59.
Went for the tops.
Tebow, you required
Because of
24.
the position of the dart on the treble 20, but it's Tebow here scratching around.
Game
trying
shot
to
in the
hit
second leg.
a
Tebow
double, and he
Treacle.
hits it last dart. An important one.
Third leg is
Treacle.
Patrick to throw first. Game on. $140. $99.
Well, he's running at 95 for the day, Patrick Marr, because it was a 94.81
46.
against Lee, a 95.33 against Morris. He's now, well, before that 46 visit, he was running at about at 95.
100.
So seeing 395s you worked out in your mathematical brain, he was on a 95
99.
average. Well done there, H. Lovely.
Top tier analysis.
That's there smacking you right in
100.
the eyes. Yes. I love that. I love that. Again, he's using that first dart
140.
so well. Mark. Sure the ADC Europe people are watching this and
58.
absolutely over the moon
Patrick,
how
you
he's
require
performing now
76.
today.
16. Tops.
Game shot on
2-1.
the third leg.
Patrick Martin, a little bit of a celebration. It's kind of the first time we've seen that from him today. He's been kind of in control of his emotions, and he's just let that out at the right time because he knows the significance of that particular moment.
22.
It's another
60.
holder throw, and it's just another chink in Tebow Treacle's armour. And he went and started with 22.
100.
You just feel at some point, whatever's going through Treacle's mind is going to disappear, and he's just going
100.
to take the gloves off and come out the corner absolutely flying, because that's what he does. It seems that every mistake he's making, every stray
45.
dart he's having, he's actually taking a chink out of his own armour at times.
And you've got to give credit to his opponents that are taking advantage of
140.
those moments from Treacle. You just get the sense as the week goes along and we enter maybe the Thursday, Friday group, whether that's B or C in Treacle's
140.
case. Maybe that's when he's going to be at his most. Of course, if he wins here, he's only a couple of points off the top.
100.
But whatever happens, I think as the week goes on, you are going to see Treacle move through the gears.
That's having that favourite tag round his neck, you know, and
43.
one of the named players
Patrick,
in
you
the group.
require
When you look at the
101.
6 names and you're a darts fan and you're looking at Treacle and you're looking at
49.
Ashton being the names in
Tebow,
the
you
group.
require
And
151.
there they are, struggled a little, both of them so far.
$80. Patrick, you
There
require
should be no
52.
panic yet. We're only almost halfway through, aren't we? This Group A.
32. Tebow, you require 71.
No panic, but this is important from Treacle.
It's treble 13. It's 18 now for tops, and it's a tops you feel if he has any inhibitions of winning this match that must go.
Game shot on the
Must
fourth
go,
leg.
does go.
Tebow Treacle.
And it's 2 apiece. And it's a best of 3 for a crucial 2 points. It's a 2 points that puts Patrick Mark
Fifth leg is Patrick
to the
to
top
throw
of the
first.
group on
Game
12
on.
points, with Tommy Morris waiting in the wings to take on Daniel Lee in a couple of games' time. Where Tebow Treacle can win.
140.
Well, you've got the top 4 players all finally poised within a couple of points of each other. Is he finding a second wind?
121.
It could be more simple than that. He's just finding a bit of confidence with that one dart.
40.
Last start that he knew had to go. Now he's on the chase, but
68.
really is getting that line and length right. We spoke about the cricket earlier. When he gets the length right on the line, he is a dangerous player.
85.
At the moment, he hasn't been getting the line right. That was slightly undone by the looks of things. So it grabs hold of the stem, but it delayed his
85.
I think this is what's frustrated him most at the moment, is the fact that he is usually such a straight up and down player.
66.
And it's not kind of going for him.
$100.
So
Patrick,
the
you require
fish for Mart to 3-2. Not going to happen, and so Dracol is left on perhaps our favourite checkout of the Super Series, the 1-2-7 in game. For the Hinks. Well, that dart was a bit more of a binks.
Certainly was.
81. Patrick, you require 112. $56.
Had to come out well and truly
T-Bow,
blocked
you
there for
require
Mark.
46.
Treble 20. Chacol now to take a lead.
Game shot on the 5th leg. T-Bow Treacle.
He's absolutely... I'm trying to see what he's trying
6th leg is T-Bow to throw
say
first.
to himself. He's just won the leg and he's just trying to motivate. I'm just presuming that he's saying, come on, you're back in this. This is what we needed to do. Now relax and get going, and relax he has.
180.
And he has this real French flair, does Thibaut Tricot, because he can really motor through the gears. When his back's against the wall, he can find a way of finding something special. And the two players have kind of...
100.
Well, they've been ships passing through the night. They've both accelerated. They've accelerated when the other player was drifting. And Tricot is doing that just as Patrick Mart is just having a little bit of a struggle against the tide.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think Patrick Mart going top of the table has now affected him in this game?
Possibly, because you're in a situation where when you are chasing...
140.
You got no pressure on you, and maybe for the first time this week, there's a bit of pressure, a bit of expectation. And that can do different things to you. It's a new format. It's a new... everything's new for him, this big stage presence. And so far, every challenge that he's come up against, he has managed to find an answer to. But is this hurdle going to be insurmountable? Because Dracol is going to have a dart at tops to win the match with a 116.
Patrick, you require 62.
And that's dart one for the match at 62, which he's been taking these little bread and butter shots comfortably with 2 darts. It was a break of throw as well. So you would say now a batch is Mart.
7th and final leg. It's Patrick to throw first.
He has the darts in his hand to go top of the table. It is a huge, huge moment
85.
in the shaping of the destiny of this particular Group A.
It could well be. And now
100.
Tricol, you would like to think, has got to go 15 darts. Actually, he may have to go quicker than that if he is going to win this match. The match that you just thought he was winning the scrappy legs, and you don't get those back as a dart player. I don't worry about those 13 and 14 dart legs. They sort themselves out. When you've been winning 21, 23, 27, you don't get that leg back if you've lost it. And
60. Patrick, you require 141.
Is that how Thibaut is thinking at the moment?
89.
Just Mart is making all the right noises here to take this match.
83.
Well,
Patrick,
we asked the questions. Is he about to provide the answer? 2 at tops. Double 10.
Game,
for Patrick
shot,
Mark to seal
and
a
match.
4-3
Patrick
success.
Mark.
And he knows it's the victory that sends him to the top of the table as he gets the better of Thibaut Tricol by 4 legs to 3. It's a second last leg decider that has gone against the Frenchman today. And so Patrick Mark coming back to win the game by 4 legs to 3 after the break. Lisa Ashton against Michelle van der Horst.
So Mart has made his move, and Patrick is now top of the table after winning all 3 of his fixtures so far today. Attention now turns to the third game for both Lisa Ashton and Michelle van der Horst. Ashton still looking for her first win on Tuesday, but she did beat van der Horst when the pair met yesterday. So can she repeat the feat? Let's find out in the company of Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. What we're going to see here, it's the 2 players placed at the bottom of the group. The victor will move on to 6 points level with Thibaut Tricol, following that 4-3 defeat to Patrick Martin the last game. And you have to say, on the evidence of both players' performances, you probably just favour Michelle van der Horst. As far as the bookmakers are concerned, they have Lisa Ashton on at 4-5, whilst van der Horst is 10-11. With the odds compilers,
but Lisa to throw first. Game
just
on.
a little point in that last game. Lisa was just struggling a little bit, which is not nice to see.
45.
Yeah, it felt like it, but we can only assume that. You know, I've been in this situation and when you're not winning games, and things become very, very hard.
And we just got a little technical issue here, so we're going to head back into the commentary box. Henry Deacon, Scott Mitchell here with you in the comms booth. So it gives us an opportunity to talk about what we've seen so far today. Tommy Morris came into day 2 with that advantage at the top of the table. He started off superbly. How do you think he'll be feeling after a couple of games?
To be honest, I don't think he'd be overly worried because it's the same guy that beat him yesterday.
99.
So the only thing that he'll be thinking of, I know what he thinks like, is he'll be thinking he's not getting me tomorrow. So that's a good attitude to have, and he will be hoping that things will return to normal practice of what he knows from being here, which is winning games in his next match.
140.
Apologies about that. It's like gremlin in the system.
59.
Our techies sorted it quickly and efficiently. Here at the MODUS Super Series, we have all the top people in
40.
to sort out the technical issues. And if they're not available, we've got the ones we've got.
40.
If in doubt, turn it off and on again.
$137.
Is it one a case of needing to turn telly on, please?
Where have we left the remote control? That's what it is.
93. Lisa,
Top
you
to
require
Ashton for
40.
1-0. Tens.
20.
Is not the den for Ashton, and
Michelle,
so
you
Van der
require
Horst back for
40.
tops. Double 10.
30.
KG on
Lisa,
the
you
doubles
require
in this
20.
opening leg.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game shot in the first leg. Lisa Ashton.
Now give Lisa a little lift.
Second leg is
Really-
Michelle to throw first. Game on.
She hasn't been playing badly at all. It's just she hasn't taken her chances. It's not that she hasn't had chances.
134.
Just on this occasion, she hasn't been taking them.
And you can attribute that to the basis of
100.
game one against Dan Lee, 86 average, but it was 7 missed doubles there. Later on in the day,
40.
again missed doubles against Thibaut Tricol in that 4-3 defeat, and then was just put on, well, against Tommy Morris. She averaged 88. That was a scoring average just because of the sheer brilliance of Tommy.
100.
And what we have to remember is she's not playing Dave or Bert from down the pub. I mean, we're talking top
81.
players, you know, in the top end of the game, in the world, in the sport. And she comes in and competes and lives
68.
with them constantly, you know, with her game, which is astounding. She's been the leading light for the ladies for
96.
many, many years. And, you know, obviously Fallon has now joined her, Bo Greaves has now joined her, and, you know, it's been Lisa
85.
and
Michelle, you
Trina
require
that have headed the
150.
way for the ladies.
She knows how to qualify for Saturday night through different routes. She's won Group A
60.
before. She's got through Group C. She's got
Lisa, you
through Group
require
B in the past.
148.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did forget Dieter there. Last thing I want to do is forget Dieter, my fellow England.
80.
She was my fellow England captain when I was England captain, and she's obviously
Michelle, you require 90.
led the line as well, and still does talk about the ladies and trying to get everything for the ladies that they can.
70.
And a horse
Lisa,
has
you
missed
require
another
68.
dart to take a leg.
Bullseye for tops, interestingly. Well, it's going to be the solitary dart of the bullseye.
43.
And it wasn't far away for
Michelle, you
Ashton for a
require
2-0
20.
lead. And so Van der Horst returns for double 10.
Game shot in the
To level
second
this
leg.
game up at
Michelle
one
Van der
apiece.
Horst. Third leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
That's
77.
unlucky.
And those sorts of horrible things happen to you when it's just not quite going your way. Darts does have a way of
44.
kicking you in the teeth at times, and that one would have felt like that for Lisa, because it was right there and in the right place.
100.
And at 2-0 as well, you make
57.
that kick, don't you, in the game. You know you're halfway there. She holds, she's a leg away, and Van der Horst is on the hill.
100.
Full of tons. Back to back, and she's just chipping her way through the leg.
59.
I do love when Lisa throws a bit quicker. It just always seems a wee bit more fluent, and there's just fluency about a game, and she's thrown a little bit quicker this time.
140.
And look at the results.
84 after 12.
58. Lisa, you require
With
84.
2-1 lead. Well, at least 79, so it should be across for treble 13, which gives her a dart at
64.
tops. Doesn't go, so Van der Horst back at 283.
100.
He'll just be throwing a
Lisa, you
few up
require
there, hoping
20.
that he gets a chance and try and get himself
Game shot
ready
on
for
the
the
third
next
leg.
leg. And
Lisa
that's the right
Ashton.
thing to do because Lisa now takes a 2-1 lead. Hold a throw.
Fourth leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on. $59.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us via social media. Our social media gurus are very hard at work
60.
observing all of the action. At MSS Darts is the platform for any of your tweets, observations, and maybe even your stories here and there. We'd like to
99.
hear from you. Sure, Owen Binks has got the odd story or two to tell.
41.
Never short of a story, our Binksy.
Never short of anything to say.
134.
Do you like to hear your interaction, though, on the programme?
100.
It's you, that's the heartbeat of the Super Series. And if you are tuning in to us, don't forget to hit the notification bell and the
59.
subscribe button on the Super Series YouTube channel, because on top of the live coverage, we're going to bring you 6 days a week here at the Live Lounge. We'll also be bringing you
85.
highlights of every
Michelle, you
session,
require
exclusive
150.
interviews and other such bonus content, as Van der Horst has 6 here from 150 to level this game up at 2 apiece. And
128.
that's a beautiful setup to leave double 11.
$99. Michelle, you require 22. Game shot on the fourth leg.
It's all
Michelle
about
Van
knowing
der
what you want
Horst.
to leave. I mean, a lot of people would say something about that setup, but maybe Michelle was struggling and that's one of his favourite
Fifth leg,
doubles.
it's
So he's
Lisa to
gone
throw
that way
first. Game on.
to set himself up, because it's like you go home. I'm the same with double 19. I always feel with double 19,
100.
I can be 3-0 down. I've missed darts at tops. I've missed darts at double 16. And I'll try and leave that double 19 because I always feel like I'm going home. And that one's always comfortable for me.
140.
And in fairness, sometimes switching it up can be
100.
the best thing. What do they say? A change is as good as a rest.
45.
I think rest is overrated. I'm a farmer. Having any downtime and rest is just so
100.
overrated. This is my rest. H, this is my rest. Enjoying myself here with you.
You need to sort something out, Scott, if I'm your fun time.
100.
You'll always be my fun time. Particularly when you got a mic in your hand.
45. $100.
Big treble there for
Lisa, you
Van der
require
Horst.
156.
Lisa's away on the 156. She's away on the 156. Oh. And
140.
what a great response. So
Michelle, you
you'd like
require
to think that this
116.
116 will have to go from Michelle Van der Horst. Not quite. Millimetres
60.
away.
Lisa, you require
So
16.
Lisa to hold. It's double 8. Moves across the oche.
No score. Michelle, you
Unable
require
to use
56.
that dart, which is unfortunate. So it's Van der Horst for tops.
Game
No.
shot on the fifth leg. Michelle Van der Horst.
Fair play. I didn't quite see that shot there, so many apologies. The treble
Sixth leg is
16
Michelle
when
to
he
throw
went for
first.
the single
Game
16,
on.
maybe even actually went for the treble. The double 4 was in.
140.
Now with that little bit of confidence, off Michelle goes.
And so Ashton's back is firmly
100.
against the wall here. Van der Horst is on the hill. A victory which would put him on to 6 points. It would be
100.
level with Thibaut Trickle in 4th place. Ashton would then be condemned to the bottom of the group.
140.
Good response from Lisa. Just to show Michelle she's not going away.
57.
This is the, I was going to say, this is the response of a champion, and then just a slip with the second dart.
85.
Do have a treble here.
56.
Comes to the world dry. And so Ashton 176 can leave it handy here. He's going to leave it handy. Incredibly handy.
140.
Typical Lisa Ashton in a
148.
clutch situation. But is she going to get a go at the 36? Yes is the answer.
53. Lisa, you require 36.
For 5 visit leg when she was in the trenches.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And to
Lisa
get the break
Ashton.
back, and we go all the way. Ashton with the darts in the 7th and deciding leg.
7th and
A leg
final
will
leg. It's
decide
Lisa to throw first.
who at the end of
Game on.
this round of fixtures is going to be the player at the bottom of the table.
60. 140.
Good response there from Michelle. Traveller's visit from Ashton, and the horse
96.
jumps on that with a 140. Concentration on his face in this leg.
121.
Again, it's slightly easier to try and break somebody while you're scoring, but when you
60.
actually get down there and get a dart at it, your arm goes as tight as a drum. So at the moment, Michelle is obviously just cruising through
140.
to get himself a chance. And 100 left after 9. I'd say he's favourite.
100. Michelle, you require 100.
Lisa not going away. Here we go. Tops for 10
90.
to 12. Not to be this time. He will be back. Lisa Ashton back on 185. Decision for Van der Horst now is, does he split this
65.
10?
Michelle, you require 10.
A lot of players do, and he goes straight forward. He's inside with the first dart. It's going to be double one.
No score.
And can Lisa
Lisa, you require
Ashton
120.
climb the ladder to find the points at the end of the rainbow? Not to be. She couldn't climb the first rung of it.
80. Michelle, you
And
require
so there
10.
is severe pressure on this double 5 now. Inside first dart again. It's double 2 this time.
6.
And so Ashton returns to take the points.
Lisa, you require 40.
It's effectively 9 darts squandered really here. It's Ashton. Last dart.
30. Michelle, you require 4.
Not to be. So Michelle now
Game, shot, and the match.
hits it with
Michelle
1.
Van der Horst.
Closes the game out to take a 4-3 win. It's Lisa Ashton to the bottom of the group. The averages weren't bad. Knocked by those missed doubles towards the end of that one. We head into a short break. When we come back, we will have Daniel Lee meet Tommy Morris.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here at the MODUS Super Series, and you are rejoining us ahead of a significant showdown between Tommy Morris and Daniel Lee. Morris was top of the table after Monday's play, but has since been usurped by Patrick Marr. A victory here for Morris would see the pool play return to the summit level on points with the Dutchman. However, if Lee wins, he will join Tommy on 10 points. Big game this, and the action will be described by Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is a big game. Daniel Lee, the man from Birmingham, but we know he's the man about town with his job. He's here, there and everywhere doing special events. Tommy Morris.
First leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't have the darts in this one.
$100.
Yesterday went way of Morris 4-2, I believe.
60.
But there wasn't too much to shout about on the averages. It was quite a sort of nip and tuck, sort of scruffy game between the two of them. Knowing the importance of how
85.
things were heading. $140.
And does this add a different type of pressure for Tommy Morris now? Because for the first time, really, he's chasing and he's got that expectation and pressure on his shoulders.
I'm hoping that he's not thinking like that. I'm just hoping that he's thinking it's another dart match and that he will just get on with it, not think too much, and just try and win dart games. You know, it's very easy to keep it simple, sat here in the commentary box. But you're watching on the big screen everything that's happening in front of you, and you're watching players getting away with games that maybe they shouldn't win and putting themselves close where you are in the table.
125.
And you're keeping an eye on an opponent that you have to play next as well. It's quite a strange thing, that back room. You just don't know
60.
How each individual player is looking at it, because everybody sees it slightly differently. I'm just hoping that, like this leg, Tommy hasn't got the darts here, so
40.
we hopefully looking at it as if to say, this is just a little practice throw.
100. Daniel, you require
so for the
70.
opening leg, Daniel Lee wants 70. And remember, if he wins this game, he moves on to 10 points himself. Tops.
50.
Was he going double 15?
Tommy, you require 98.
Tops.
I think our spotter feels that he was, the way that the shot went. So, one dart, big dart.
86. Daniel, you require 20.
And he knew that was a big dart. And Lee has been tidying these up nicely, but he also knows this is a big moment early in this game.
Tommy, you require 12.
So double 6 for the break and to round off what's been quite a squiffy opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
For Tommy Morris, who gets the break to lead 1-0.
Fortunate to get the chance.
Second leg is Tommy to throw
when
first.
You take them, you're not thinking like that when you go to throw the next leg. You're thinking, yippee!
100.
2 days in the commentary box with me and I've broken Scott Mitchell. Can you see why they stick me up on the balcony these days?
They're trying to keep you away from as many humans as possible. Oh, dear. Yeah, he has broken me. He's turned me into the high pitch. Squeaky deeks.
11.
Squeaky what?
You're squeaky deeks. You not noticed? You go all high pitched. We all know you're squeaky deeks. Am I the first one to actually tell you that's what we call you?
$140.
Who needs enemies with workmates, eh?
Just like society, you don't always get on with everybody you work with, do you? That's the way it works.
It's when you thought you did, that's the issue.
Indeed. A good setup there from Daniel Lee to leave 167.
60. Daniel, you require 167.
He doesn't have to get this. 100. 6 darts from here with Morris on 190.
But there's going to be a sense of urgency now.
138. Daniel, you require 67.
Well, this could be anything. $25 left. And again, he could... Well, he's going to go 1 double 12 because he likes double 12.
55.
Not so much on this occasion. So Morris back for 52 for a 2-0 lead.
It's a way that he does go.
Game shot on the second leg. Tommy Morris.
Second dart as well. Morris has been asked the question on 2 occasions now so far in this game.
Third leg is Daniel to throw
and
first.
He's answered both times with big doubles.
And it'd be one of those performances. His average is up there with one of his lowest of the week so far. But it'd be one of those games we know is on the back 59. Of a defeat. Just get over the line, find a way.
Another thing we discussed on the way in this morning, it was about winning those scrappy games.
60.
Because you don't get those back, and we discussed it this morning on the way here. 2-0 as Dad Dave at home will eat his chocolate hobnobs a little bit better than he usually does. He's been choking 58. On them up to now. But, yeah. That's how well I know the family. I know his dad likes a good chocolate hobnob.
60.
Other biscuits are available.
Indeed. Dunks them in his coffee. I don't know 44. What you lot are thinking.
Can't do that in coffee.
Absolutely. They're one of the hardest biscuits ever. You dunk a chocolate hobnob, it goes, dunk me again, dunk me again. They're hard biscuits.
45.
Back to the darts. As Morris piles in the game's first max to leave himself on 101 after 12, and he could be on the cusp of finding the double breaker throw to open up a 3-0 lead.
Tommy, you require 101.
Lee leaves himself on the fish, but is he going to get a go? He is going to get a chance.
54. Dan, you require 170.
The game has been a strange pace and one that doesn't generally suit Tommy Morris. And he's now
84.
He's now
Tommy, you require
going
47.
up through the gears on speed. And this is another big dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
Once again,
Tommy
he does
Morris.
it third dart, composes himself. Super Series.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
For
Game
Tommy
on.
Morris.
The lead in the league could be in the grasp of Tommy Morris if he can get over the line. Now, if he wins it 4-0,
60.
He's going to be on 12 points and plus 16 in the legs difference column. Patrick Marr is on plus 5. So in terms of legs difference, which could be oh so pivotal and oh so vital, he would actually have an 11-leg lead if he can win this one in this
98.
leg. As he goes for the bullseye there, Daniel. We saw that a couple of times yesterday, going down for the bull of his first visit in a leg.
85.
The one thing we knew though about Daniel Lee is he does not go away. He does not go away. For me, I think there's a little bit of the pace gone from the game here, and that has affected him
100.
And I think that it's definitely affected Morris in the first couple of legs. But Morris being on the right end of them,
125.
you know, you kind of get away with it, if that makes sense.
$140. $99.
So no finish for Dan Lee there. Now, whether he didn't give the scoreboard a little look before he went in. Sometimes that happens as a player. You get so focused on the game, and being 3-0 down, his focus would have been on just one leg at a time.
Tommy,
the
you
cynic
require
inside me would
132.
say, though, because of that situation, you should be looking even more and trying to manage the board better in
92.
that particular scenario.
Daniel, you require 58.
He's been good on these two dart finishes. But he hasn't been 3-0 down on them.
48.
And they come a little bit more
Tommy, you
difficult
require
when you're
40.
3-zip down. So it's Morris now for 40. And this would give him a 4-0 win. It's going to be last dart again if he gets it. It's been that way the whole match so far.
20.
Not to be.
Daniel, you require 10.
Not to be, and so it opens it up for Lee. And Lee will let it be, and it's going to be 1-3 now.
Fifth leg, it's Daniel to
He
throw
walks
first.
to the back of the hockey and he steps
Game
up.
on.
He has the darts in this one. And we have seen a common theme today of players going 3-0 up in games and then that going
26.
bye to bye.
Yeah, we had a couple earlier, didn't we? Tommy was one of those.
It's 3-0 up against Patrick Martin, that oh so
60.
important game, and then he went on to lose by 4 legs to 3. Doesn't want that trend to continue.
82. $140. $121.
Scoring's heading back now.
100.
Lee visibly quicker into the board as well.
100.
He's throwing with a lot more snap and a lot more vigour.
100.
Well, it's another time it leads them 101 after 12. What's it you say about 101s finishing off 15 dart legs?
132.
Might have to do it
Tommy
here.
require 101.
Could do it for the match. It's going to be one in his hand. And his favourite double on the board. Double 18
Game, shot,
for a
and the
4-1
match,
victory,
Tommy
which puts him on to
Morris.
12 points. And I'll tell you what, you could see what that meant to Tommy Morris. He was pumped up, fired up to get that win. And it puts him back to the top of the table. A 4-1 victory on 12 points, a 10-leg lead on legs difference to Patrick Mart, importantly as well. So Tommy Morris back in the winner's enclosure. We're going to take a break. Lisa Ashton and Patrick Mart will be with us on the other side.
Welcome back. So an important victory before the break there for Tommy Morris. It sees him go level at the top of the table with the man that is about to get back in action now, Patrick Mart, who had leapfrogged Morris the first time that Tommy had been off the top. Daniel Lee, though, cut adrift after that defeat. It looks like it's turning into a two-horse race for that top spot. And Mart now looking to respond and return to the peak of the pile, but he faces Lisa Ashton. It's a game, well, going on what's happened so far should only go one way, but we know Lisa Ashton's quality, four-time world champion. Can she get her first win of the day, and in doing so inflict the first defeat of the day on her opponent? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Scott.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And, well, we'll have a look at how the bookies see this particular encounter, because they have Lisa Ashton offer even money and Patrick Mart the 8-11 favourite. But if you actually have a look at Lisa's last game against Michelle van der Horst, the undoing there was the doubling. She missed 11 at the outer ring in that particular game, an average of 83.5, which indicates that the scoring element of the game was quite good as she kicks off of a 140. It was just the doubling that let her down in the end. Meanwhile, for Patrick Mart, well, he's been the standout player of the day by a long shot, kicking off a 94.81, followed by a 95.33 and a 91.11 in his third game. He had a couple of issues with his doubles in his first game, but he's increasingly got better on them as the day's gone along. So this is the acid test, really, for anyone in the group at the minute.
Yeah, I spoke to John Locken and 45. And had some info from him, and he said, Patrick Mart, this is kind of going to be very new to him with the master caller and being on stage, and a massive experience for him. And 55. Today he seems to have settled, you know, and I'm sure those guys out there at ADC Europe are really pleased with the way that he's played today and sort of accepted and learnt so quickly from yesterday.
180. Lisa, you require 36.
A 13 dart to start. Double
Game shot
9
on
will
the
do
first
for
leg.
14,
Lisa
and Lisa
Ashton.
Ashton is out of the traps.
Second leg is Patrick to throw first. Game on.
She'll be hoping to put a spanner in the works. To Patrick Mart's hopes of going
100.
back to the table summit.
$26.
Bit of an ooh there from Lisa. She failed to find a single 20.
140.
Another thing that I was told that once Mark gets in the flow, he's a flow player, and I think we've
140.
worked that out already ourselves, but it's another thing that I was told once his concentration goes and once the
66.
flow gets going, and he's here with the more experienced Van der Horst as well, who will be guiding his fellow countrymen out
60.
there in that back room, and they will have discussed things like, you know, after yesterday, and that's also a good thing for
100.
Patrick to have such an experienced sort of teammate as such alongside him, although
78.
playing individually.
Patrick, you require 95. $63.
I think the biggest thing you have to do here at the Super Series is enjoy yourself and learn at the same time, and your best game will come out.
95.
I
Patrick, you
liken it to
require
the
32.
Neil Warnock analogy. Enjoy it, but enjoy it by being disciplined, as he was to lay up in the
28.
previous visit, but that sensible thinking
you
has just
require
been unravelled in
102.
this particular visit to the board, and so Ashton comes back for 102 to double her lead to 2-0.
94. Patrick, you require 4.
So some pressure.
Game shot on the second leg. Patrick
Patrick
Mart.
had learnt from his mistake in those 3 darts before. And he had
Third leg
that
is
great
Lisa to
double
throw
two
first.
earlier in the day as
Game
well,
on.
didn't he? So he was kind of going home to somewhere where he felt kind of comfortable.
40. $28.
Just having a look at my stat sheet here, Scott, and I'm just actually having a look at the overall standard for the
60.
day here. And since Game 4 between Thibaut Tricol and Lisa Ashton, every registered average from every player from games 5,
60.
6, 7, 8 and 9 has involved everything being above the 80 mark, everything being in the 80s and above, and in and amongst it as well is a
25.
number of averages into the 90s. We're seeing some good stuff from the players today.
More consistent, I think. There's more consistency here on day 2.
60.
It's, you know, the averages were for day 1, as Murph said at the top of the show, were consistent with what
140.
people have been doing. But the kind of bit that I missed, and I should have mentioned, we had so many debutants. We had so many
96.
debutants to be matching that average on that first day. It was pretty impressive, and I missed that a little bit. I should have mentioned that at the top of the show.
78.
As they say, better late than never.
Well, yeah, I never had the fastest brain in the world.
85.
Never ever claimed to be an
Lisa, you
egghead.
require 158.
Ashton's got 6 and 158.
58.
So it's a massive amount of pressure.
No score.
Wow!
And made the biggest
Lisa, you require
mistake
100.
once again. You must never go where you bust. And he was trying to throw it high as well. You saw the lurch and the jerk
60.
in his arm. And now he's back on 172 again. It's just unbelievable.
But why? I mean,
95.
again, cynical thinking. Some would say
Lisa, you
because the
require
2 darts have
40.
stood up, why you wouldn't go for the 12. It may be academic. Ashton double 10.
30.
Mart is back for
Patrick, you
77
require 77.
after all the craziness. He may still win the leg. He does
Game
win the
shot on the
leg,
third
and it all
leg.
proves
Patrick
academic
Marks.
for now as Patrick Mark gets the break of throw. But a bizarre moment when he bust and burst the 172.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Well, that was a little bit on the crazy side.
And like we say, ironic that he hit tops because, to be fair,
140.
when he had the two trebles in there, he should have gone to 12 to leave tops anyway. So why was he trying to leave double 16? It's
45.
just a risk that you don't need to take. Poor short iron. That was a poor short iron without doubt.
180.
Blatted through the back of the green, I think.
140.
Not that it's stopping him in this leg, because 140 followed by Max. And he may well just be beginning to see the finishing line in sight. If he can get over this particular hurdle, go 3-1 up, and he'll see the finishing bell for the final lap in his sights. Double 16. For 12 dart leg. Excellent for Patrick Mark to lead 3-1. And after the drama of the last leg, that was far more simple this time round. And he's on the hill against the Lancashire Rose.
Game on.
12 dart leg. Pretty impressive there from Matt.
100.
And Mark, as you say, now be confident.
60.
I think this is all to do with this top of the table lark for him. He really is battling to stay there. He's looking at every game with a determination
45.
that he feels he's given himself a chance to top the group. And he's playing every game like he wants to top
59.
And we've got to give him credit to the response, because yes, we were slightly critical of the fact that he burst the score from 172, but his reaction to what happened there, he won that leg, he then got a 12, and he may well have the game in the palm of his hand.
I know I'm a farmer, but a lot of players would still be pig sick about that right now. And he's not, and that's a credit to him.
Setbacks lead to comebacks, and what's it? The famous boxing
80.
saying is, it's not how hard you get hit, it's how hard you get hit and keep moving forward.
58.
Ashton with another unfortunate bounce out there, but again, it was a dart on dart out rather than a failing of the board.
$121. Lisa, you require 126.
That's treble 19 is the route. She'll probably stay there. And it's double 6.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What a tidy
Lisa
shot
Ashton.
that is. From the 4-time world champion. Do not write her
Sixth leg is
off.
Patrick to throw first. Game on.
There was a little ripple of applause from the practice room next door, an acknowledgement of what Lisa Ashton just did. That
96.
is what you call a Hail Mary.
$70.
Match saver with his opponent.
45.
With a real makeable opportunity to win the match.
60.
But his
140.
reaction to anything negative, Patrick Mark, has been exemplary. Doesn't let anything faze him, and this is a real good
58.
mental quality to have. Anything, any setback leads to a better comeback.
180.
He's been hitting maximums like they've been going out of fashion. He had 5 against Tommy Morris. He's now got 3 in this one. And he's got
85.
tops after
Patrick
12 to
required
seal a
40.
4-2 win against the 4-time champion of the world. And now double 10. He's got time.
20.
He's going to need that time.
Lisa will be on a finish
140. Patrick, you require 20.
To march back up to the top. Patrick Mark gets the better of Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 2. 3 maximums in that game. An average of 85.79 to get over the line against the Lancashire Rose by 4 legs to 2. And so this cat and mouse game between Martin Morris continues in earnest here. After the break, though, we're going to have a little bit of a break from them two jostling for top position as Thibaut Tricol takes on Daniel Lee.
On we go then. 5 games left to play on day 2 of week 5 of MODUS Super Series 4, and we're moving into must-win territory for many of the players in Group A if they are to join Tommy Morris and Patrick Mart in the race for top spot. This pair are probably in that position, though Daniel Lee has a little more wriggle room than Thibaut Tricol, having won half of his 8 matches so far. The World Cup-bound Frenchman is looking to join him on 8 points with a win here, but was beaten 4-0 by Lee yesterday. I will hand you back to our commentary team of Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, what we're going to see from Game 11 between Daniel Lee and Thibaut Tricol, well, it's got the makings of possibly the beginning of the Group B battle, because Thibaut Tricol with victory here will move on to 8 points, level with Daniel Lee. If Lee can win, he moves on to 10. He'd be 4 points behind Patrick Mart, so qualification wouldn't be out of the picture.
First leg, it's Thibaut.
But it would still be an outside shot, whilst with Tricol, he really can consolidate, I get my words in, consolidate his place in the Group B race.
60.
Yeah, I couldn't back that up more. I think, yeah, this is the way that this is looking right now. Lee will be hoping for more.
60.
Try to bring himself back in case there is slip-ups from Martin Morris, but
100.
I just had a feeling in Tricol's last game we were starting to see a bit more of his normal game, and
140.
at the halfway point for him, we are going to have to see a little bit more of that, because he really Would rather be in Group B than
100.
Group C. There's no two ways about that.
There's plenty of advantages about being in Group B. That is for certain, because first of all, it's 3 from 5 that go through. That's the biggest advantage, and the fact that as well, when it comes to Saturday evening here at the Super Series, oh sorry, it's played in the evening session.
140.
This particular
Then you require 167.
Group, so you have that whole day to get everything sorted. And it means you have to readjust your body clock and
require 101.
things like that, but it's a big advantage. They're going to be joined by Lee Shu and Steve West and Dan Reed, the Group B players in this group, as Dracol looks for tops for 101 and a 15-dart leg.
61.
Which would have been darting 101.
Daniel, you require 80.
So Lee will stay there. It's an awkward dart for him. It's one that could be hit.
60. Tebow, you require 40.
Not to be this time for Lee. So, Nicole.
Game shot on the first leg.
Chasing
Tebow
around those
Tricol.
doubles again. That would be the concern for him, really. He's usually just, in the top times that I've played him, he's
Second
been
leg is
right
Daniel
on
to
those
throw
doubles,
first.
and you've got to get there
Game
first
on.
and get them before him, because it's a strong point of his normal game, particularly in the knockout situation. And
100.
if he's been wanting of anything, it's one, he hasn't really given himself enough chances, and when he has got there, he's failed more often than not.
60.
Yeah, we told you about the players in Group B. Group C is going to see Ryan Harrington return,
57.
Shane McGurk and Jack Main, who missed a dart to make it to Champions Week last time out to Jelle Klassen. I'm actually going to be
45.
interviewing Jack on Thursday. I'm going to be doing a penalty shootout with him, so that might be worth a couple of views on the Super Series YouTube channel. As Lee knocks in the first max of the match.
Yeah, the reason for that is not because
Daniel,
Jack is just enjoys football. A former professional footballer, he was. 90 left. Surely he'll stay
92.
there. 72 left for him. Tricol trailing way back on 311.
100. Daniel, you require 72.
Level up at one apiece. It's going to be
Conventional way.
52.
From the way we've seen Daniel Lee going of late.
Is it
140.
going to be a conventional second leg in the
20.
leisure to level up at one apiece?
Game shot on the second
It's
leg.
exactly
Daniel
that.
Lee.
1-1.
Third leg is Tebow to throw first. Game
16
on.
dart holder throw there for Lee. Now
180.
Cole puts his toe to the metal. Another 180.
81.
You just get the feeling this game is warming up quite nicely, isn't it? Well, it's warming up superbly, stupendously.
140.
I tell you what, that second dart was precariously placed in the board. We nearly had a situation a la earlier on the line.
136.
Indeed. Here we go.
140.
41 after 9 for Tricol. He is definitely up in his game in this one.
98. Tebow, you require 41.
They're both bringing the best out of each other. For an 11. Heaven
Game
for
shot on the third
Tricol.
leg. Tebow
2-1 Tricol. And this is boiling up quite nicely indeed. Both players averaging 97.
Fourth leg is Daniel to throw first. Game on.
12 dart from Daniel Lee and then 11 back from Tricol.
140.
We've definitely got ourselves a little barn burner going on here.
Getting a little bit
100.
balmy and pompy. And if you want to watch some top level, top class darts a bit like this, have a little scan of this QR code. It sends you to dartshop.tv.
100.
And you can join us here at the Live Lounge every single Saturday evening. We have a crowd in every Saturday night, and it's a £2 booking fee. Free drinks for £10. Now name me
48.
a Saturday evening where you can watch world-class sports and enjoy such a deal where you can basically possibly enjoy yourself for 12
40.
quid. There's not many places you can do that. You can join those rows and those benches. You can fill them up yourself. Every single Saturday night available, so pick your week if you want to. If you're
100.
maybe a bit further up north from us here in Portsmouth and you want to come down and join us.
140.
Good night out. You'll enjoy yourselves.
Tricol here trying to
180. Dan, you
fix the
require
deficit,
81.
and that is the only way to do it.
And the bull.
56.
Wire grazer.
Tebow, you require 73.
Should get a dart at something here. 454. He's gone the 18.
Game shot on the
for
fourth
double
leg.
18.
Tebow Tricol.
And boy, oh boy, did he get a dart at something there, Henry.
Didn't just get a dart at something, he found the dart at something. And he may be finding something here,
Tebow to
Tebow
throw
Tricol.
first.
Averaging
Game on.
98 now. 3 out of 6 on the doubles, including that magnificent 11 dart leg. And he is on the cusp, he's on the verge of a
100.
victory against Daniel Lee, which could well end his potential hopes of Group A glory. And it may well set in motion a tremendous fight for that third position, which will guarantee Group B darts when it comes to Thursday and Friday night, respectively.
96.
Yeah, indeed it could. And this is the Tebow that we were expecting. This is the Tebow the bookies made favourite. This is the game that he usually produces time after time
41.
after time. And just now finding him, he's just finding his feet. It's never too late to find your feet here at the MODUS Super Series. Like you say, he's battling away.
44.
We know Group B would be the better. And this is the top of the group, too far away. Maybe not at this stage if he starts to produce this form, because if he can do that against a
81.
couple of above him, he brings himself into play massively.
Well, you have a look at Tebow's last game of the session. He takes on Tommy Morris.
121. $99. $100.
Better visit from Lee there, a more consistent visit. And we get confidence from that as a player when you pepper that treble 20 and just hit a ton and you feel
140.
unlucky.
Dan, you require 140.
That is massive from Tricol, and this could be massive from Lee. It's double 10 to save himself.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Daniel Lee.
Straight back at him. What a shot.
And you could see from the reaction what it meant to Daniel Lee.
Sixth leg, it's Daniel.
That was a big
first.
moment potentially. Tricol sat on top following the perfect setup play. But he never got a look in. He never got a go.
140.
And now he's watching his opponent in the background. Really, really setting his stride. We can have a look at the averages in this one, and it's been an absolutely superb encounter.
$60.
Been a 140 fest, hasn't it? 11 140s between the two of them.
60.
And even when you look at the doubling stats, it's just that one inspired moment. Potentially it could change it for Daniel Lee. 3 out of 6 for Tricol, 2 out of 5 for Daniel.
But neither shabby though, H. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? It's, you know, it's harsh having to go at yourself for those as a player.
It's definitely a moments game.
140.
It's one of those games that someone's going to win instead of someone loses, if you get where I'm coming from.
And somebody's going to have to go win it rather than have it given to them, you feel.
$98. T-Bow, you require 161.
This would be some way to win it, especially after you've seen your opponent just notch a 140 out. But the 161 isn't going to go, and so it's all about the layup here for Tricol.
55. Daniel, you require 144.
Last start, going for a 25 and missing. He took out a 140 moments ago.
58.
Doesn't get near it this time, but
T-Bow, you require 106.
gets himself under the 100 to put scoreboard pressure on Tricol's 106. 86, 54. It's 32 for the match.
74.
Rushed a little.
Daniel, you require
right
86.
on the wire.
Can he save the match again, Daniel Lee? He's going to get 2 in his hand. A double 13, but he's gone inside with the first. And so Tricol is going to come back for 32. He's going to come back to move on to 8 points. Level up points of Daniel Lee,
32.
whose hopes of winning the group may well be scuppered here. Double 16 for Tricol.
Game,
in it goes.
And the match,
T-Bow Tricol seals a 4-2 victory against Daniel Lee, which puts him on to 8 points. And is the French touch beginning to find the rhythm here of the live lounge in Portsmouth? It was a superb affair. The 294 averages have actually come down for a base of around about 97, 98. 4 out of 10 on the doubles in the end for Tricol. Daniel Lee with Tricol left on tops notched a 140 to bring the game back to 3-2 before the Frenchman then won it in the 6th. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Michel van der Horst against Tommy Morris.
Welcome back to the Group A action at the MODUS Super Series, and it's looking very much like a straight race between two players, Patrick Mart and Tommy Morris, who's back in action now. He takes on Michel van der Horst in game 12 of today's 15. Morris looking to rejoin Mart at the top of the table on 14 points. Van der Horst playing spoiler here. If he wins, though, he will actually go level with Daniel Lee and Thibaut Tricot on 8. And as Henry said in the previous match, maybe starting that race for Group B places. Henry is alongside Scott Mitchell.
Thanks, Murph. Yep. This one is one of those where Morris may feel that he's playing catch-up here.
First leg, it's Michel to throw first.
Being just above him by a couple of points. Some will see that Michel's position in the league
180.
would make him a pushover, but as you've just seen,
140.
opening up with a 180, using all his experience. He's played these games before against the likes of Morris. And is he on a 180 here again?
125.
Oh, big deflection. Big deflection off of that second dart.
I appreciate Michel trying to get it out of the way in the first leg. I think that's very kind of him.
Yeah, indeed. He's definitely come out a different man than he went in.
134. 121. Michel, you require 62.
Double 16 for the opening leg. For 12 to start.
Game shot on the first leg.
Fiery start for Michel van der Horst. 1-0, excellent leg. Fred to the 9 as well. He was 7-4 with the odds compilers before this one got underway.
100.
I know early doors, but Van der Horst on a 125 average.
100.
After that leg, and Morris on a not too shabby 105.
80.
So neither player doing a lot wrong at this stage.
$59. 60. 26.
Is that an opening? Morris to stretch his legs.
55.
It was, he didn't take it.
Could it be a case of in this scenario he can begin to try too hard?
44.
Yeah, he could, but it's one of his ways. It's one of the things he does
60.
do a little bit. Now and again, it's not often, and it's not something that's creeping into his game. He's going out of his game for
100.
sure.
Tommy, you require 146.
On stage with a caller under lights with a different situation again.
110.
That was well recovered by Morris, leaving that double 18. And the horse will be trying for a 140 here to pressure.
100.
A Morris shot.
Tommy, you require 36.
Level up at 1 apiece. Double 18. He loves it here. And now
Game
loves
shot
it
the
even
second
more.
leg.
1-1.
Tommy Morris.
It's one of Tommy's go-to doubles, double 18.
Third leg is Michel to throw first. Game on.
I think that's because of the angle that his darts kind of sit.
83.
Just a little inside to out on the throw. Don't really see it from this angle.
85.
They do sort of kind of kicked right. 18s is a good double for him. And a successful double for him on this occasion.
140.
Going to see the overhead angle of the way the darts enter the board for both players. As you can tell, Michel's darts has a real kick up and stand up about them.
60.
Yeah, Morris's go kind of like, say, straight and a touch right-handed. And Michel's
98.
Go touch left-handed.
55. Michelle, you require 136.
A chance to pressure.
100. $45. Michelle, you require 36. Game shot in the third leg. Michelle
double
van der
18
Horst.
is getting a little bit of a pepping in this game as Van der Horst takes it out for a 16 dart leg. A little bit of a to and fro in this one. Van der Horst leading 2-1.
Game on.
And this could well be music to the ears of Patrick Marr, because if he can
100.
see Van der Horst get the better of Morris and Mark beat the man currently throwing on your screen, then he can potentially overnight
93.
about a 4-point lead, depending, of course, on the result of Morris against Dracol in the final game of the session.
100.
I have to say, Morris will play Dracol. Well, he is playing a little better than he has done so
80.
far in all of Group A.
Yeah, he's just beginning to
58.
find his stride, isn't he, now, the Frenchman? In Daniel Lee in our previous match. Next up, we are going to see Lee in action again.
59.
Going to be Lee against Lisa as he takes on the Lancashire Rose.
60. $137.
Visit from Van der Horst there.
100. Michelle, you require 132.
And that's a bad dart. Missing. He'll stay there.
88.
And that's a good dart
Tommy,
to
you
recover,
require
leaving
83.
44. So I feel Morris needs to take this. 16 for bullseye for him. Generally takes that step back. And there we go again.
58.
And once
Michelle,
again,
you
he hits
require
the 25,
44.
going for the bullseye. And the Horst has been good on tops.
Game shot on the
And he's
fourth leg.
good on
Michelle
tops
van der
again.
Horst.
Takes a 3-1 lead. Helping his Dutch compatriot out, marked big time here.
Fifth leg, it's Michelle.
And those
to
of
throw
you
first.
who had the 7-4 of Michel van der Horst before this one got underway, maybe tentatively looking at your betting slip now. Even more so.
140.
Averaging 94 now, and this has been, well, a little bit of colour performances from Tommy Morris.
41.
I think more that he's just been kept under pressure by his opponent more than anything.
100.
Yeah, the average says that, yeah, it's a little bit of an off of a performance, but you've got to give credit to his opponent here. His opponent really has
93.
let him settle.
And in the mindset of a darts player, when you're constantly under the pump, and no matter what you put
57.
in a leg, you know that your opponent is hitting the same at you, if not more at you. How difficult is it to try and not get demoralised by that?
Well, again, it's one of the hardest things to do, and here we go, another 177. Michel's got himself in front. You have to feel that this only needs to be a 180. Frustration for Morris here.
Michelle,
First
you require
time we've
50.
seen it on his face.
$34. Tommy, you require
Van der Horst has missed
136.
2 match darts. And can Morris savour the 136? Not on this occasion.
45. Michelle, you require
And
16.
so Van der Horst for a 4-1 win,
Game,
which
shot.
opens
And the match,
things up
Michel
now
van der
for
Horst.
Patrick Marr. Michel van der Horst has deposed of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 1. An impressive performance from him. A 92.39 average, 4 out of 7 when it came to the outer ring. As for Tommy Morris, well, he's going to have to sit back and hope that Van der Horst can repeat the feat against Patrick Mart in a couple of games' time. Well, the final round's going to begin in earnest after this short break when we see Daniel Lee in action up against Lisa Ashton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back. Well, we're into the final round of fixtures for Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series, and things are looking a little bit different at the top of the table after that defeat for Tommy Morris has left him a couple of points behind Patrick Mart, who's having a fantastic day. It is looking like a race between those two, but Mart is leading that race. Now attention turns to a meeting between ADC Vault Series winner Daniel Lee. He takes on Lisa Ashton, yet to win today, but she has also been a recent winner on the ADC circuit herself. Ashton picked up 2 titles on the first weekend of action at the new Women's Championship Tour a couple of weeks ago. Neither player will be happy with how today has gone, but here is a chance to end the day's play on a high, as we once again say hi to Scott and Henry.
Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Welcome along to the final round of arrow flinging on Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series. So it's Lee against Lisa. What are we going to see in this one? Because it's been, is it fair to say, an interesting day for Daniel Lee today?
Yeah, I think that is very fair to say. I think that his results have been a little bit indifferent. We've seen him change the pace of the game a couple of times today in a few varying games where I think he's probably played the player a little rather than played
First leg, it's Daniel to throw
the board.
first.
I'd just like to see him get on with it and just do his normal thing, because I believe he's that good that he doesn't have to worry about anybody else, really.
121.
As for Lisa, as the day's gone on, the performances have got better, but there hasn't been a correlation as of yet into results.
Agreed, yes. I think that we've seen a marked improvement from Lisa today, but she's just, the word I think I'd use has just been a little unfortunate. There have been doubles that have got away from her. But as that goes on, I'm one of those
55.
players that likes to think I wouldn't want to play her after that. You know, she's one of those. She doesn't ever give anything up, and it inspires her. When she makes mistakes, she's one of those players that it inspires her and spurs her on. So hopefully that's what's going to happen to her in this one.
There is a full 10 points between herself and Patrick Mart at the top, so the next day and a half will be about playing herself into as good a position as possible and to play herself into as much form as possible for Thursday and Friday respectively, whether that's Group B or Group C.
100.
So Daniel Lee,
58.
193 goes down. Ashton with a ton here, still puts her in touch. She needs a treble 20.
60. Daniel
Once
require
again, it hasn't quite gone her way. So Lee, who tends to go the ball route, then doesn't on 135.
$78. Daniel require 38.
Straight
Game
four,
shot on the first
straight
leg.
in, and it's
Daniel
1-0
Lee.
to Daniel Lee. Number 19, Seals a 19.
Second leg is Lisa to throw
Leaves
first.
Lisa Ashton by a leg to nil. A win here would just keep him interested in the race of top place, whilst then also giving himself the ascendancy in that Group B fight.
60.
Yeah, Morris will be out the back, not wanting to get dragged into that Group B fight, and there's a fear of that.
100.
Because obviously he's got Tricol in his last game. And he could easily get dragged into that.
60.
Thibaut Tricol, which as we've been mentioning, is getting better with every passing game, with every passing round.
125. $96. Lisa, you require 136.
So 136 for Ashton. It's not going to happen on this occasion, but she's going to get 6 with Daniel back on 285.
22.
It's looking like she's going to need 6 with that visit. Lee having a chance to really
121.
pile the
Lisa, you
pressure on,
require
which is what he's done.
114.
So Ashton now with 114.
58. Daniel require 164.
Not to be this time, so 164 for Lee. That's also not going to be.
59. Lisa, you require
board as well
56.
for him. Opportunity, double 18.
Game shot on the second leg. Lisa Ashton.
Taken nicely, a nice little 2-darter there. 56.
Third leg is Daniel to throw
Those are
first.
the bread and butter shots. It's every dart player. It's, you know, the 50s to the 75s. You just those little 2-darters. Anything even up to the 90s. You just like to get rid of those nice and clean. And it gives you confidence if you do it nice and clean, and you go back to the board sort of a little bit revigored.
60. $127.
A random ball shot there again from Daniel Lee. But to success when you hit it, it looks good.
Well, we do like a good 127, don't we, here at the Super Series?
100. $60. Daniel, you require 137.
adjustment of the glasses there from Lee. I think that was a
41.
little thing to himself to say, hey, you were supposed to go for a 20 there. That wasn't supposed to be in the one.
$131. Daniel, you require 96.
96 for 2-1. 76 remaining. Went double 18.
56.
Needs himself tops if he
Lisa,
comes
you
back.
require 110.
It was a safe double 18, wasn't he? It was a safe double 18. You're going to get back. Lisa's now working that out. 72 left, so she's hit the 48 to leave 24.
Game shot in the third leg. Daniel
the answer
Lee.
to that is no. Daniel Lee. It's tops to hold. Throw.
Fourth leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on. $60.
And now Daniel will sense this is the moment as Ashton, with the darts, comes up trebleless.
140.
He kicks off 140. He's taken control of the leg from the very first visit. You sense now, because of that second trebleless visit, the game is very much in his leisure, is very much in his grasp. He can take control of proceedings.
105.
Well, he effectively turned the throw round in one visit, didn't he?
$97.
Ashton not letting him tear off into the distance just yet.
85.
Good last on the 85. Dan Lever.
26.
It's going to be 6 from here for Daniel Lee, and he's trying to mop it up as nicely as possible, but that last dart, a little bit of a disaster.
$100. Daniel, you require
Leaves
95.
a shot there. Ashton, 158, but it's 95 for Lee. Is he going to go double-double? I thought that's why you went that way. 38 left.
76.
I think if he'd have thrown immediately,
Lisa,
the chances are he would have followed it and hit.
158 for Ashton. Well, this is a finish that was been taken out famously
60.
once.
Daniel, you require 19.
No idea what you're talking about. I haven't hit it since 2015 either.
No score. Lisa, you require 98.
Not often you see 19 go for that way, but
58.
Lisa
Daniel, you require 19.
has left tops. Gone another direction this time.
Game shot
That
on the
one more
fourth leg.
successful.
Daniel Lee.
As Daniel Lee takes a 3-1 lead here. That was a breaker throw.
Fifth leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
So now has the darts to complete victory against the Lancashire Rose, who is going to finish the day at the
81.
foot of the Group A table. But tomorrow will be about playing herself into form,
46.
playing herself into the best possible position ahead of Thursday and Friday. Just a reminder, of course,
59.
Tuesday is Tuxton Teaser Day here at the Super Series. So if you know the 8 players who have won a Super
96.
Series event at both the Southampton and Portsmouth venue, then get in touch with us. It is at MSS Darts, our social media team are hard beavering away, answering your tweets and communications
81.
and sending your answers to them, and they will keep tabs and keep in touch throughout the course of the afternoon. Talking about the
100.
Super Series team, I've got to game 13. Only just mentioned the fact that the Super Series quizzing team won again last night.
140.
Well, I pass on my congratulations. I wasn't part of the team, so sorry if I come across like I didn't give a...
123. Daniel, you require 140.
This for the win. Another one of them. To do it again. Double 10. Oh, he wasn't far away. He did it in the 4-2 defeat to Thibaut Tricot. Ashton had her own game-saving shot of a 1-2-6 against Patrick Mark, but she's not going to find the 1-3-6, and so Daniel Lee will come back for double 10 to move him on to point number 10.
Game, shot,
Indeed,
and the
it
match,
does.
Daniel
It's
Lee.
a 4-1 win for Daniel Lee. Puts him out third place in our table. Some strange ways he goes, but they work for him. 4 out of 10 on the doubles, 40% on the checkouts. It's a 4-1 win as we head into the break, and when we return, it will be Patrick Mark versus Michael van der Horst.
So the penultimate match of the day sees league leader Patrick Mark take on Michel van der Horst in an all-Dutch duel here at the MODUS Super Series. For Mark, who is unbeaten today, it's a chance to go 4 points clear at the top of the table and pile the pressure on Tommy Morris ahead of his final fixture. As for van der Horst, well, he has just done Mark a huge favour in beating Morris, but could cancel it out with what would be a 4th win from 5 today for him. Maybe gone slightly under the radar, but a very good day could turn into an excellent day. And to talk you through it, it's back to Scott and Henry.
Well, we call Tuesday moving day for a reason, because there's always a player that kind of comes with a pack and moves their way up the table, moves himself into contention. And for Michel van der Horst, well, he's been superb today. He's got better as the day's gone along.
Patrick to throw
He's
first.
picked up victories in different manners, different styles. But that last game against Tommy Morris, 92.39 average, a 4-1 success,
85.
and a comprehensive victory against the player who is searching for Group A glory.
59.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Michel's best performance of the week by far against Tommy Morris, and it helped his fellow countrymen.
60. $140.
And we're seeing how much confidence that has given him. This match yesterday was a 4-1 win in favour of Mark,
140.
it was a scratchy game, and it was their first ones for both of them on the stage here. Both have settled since then.
140.
Poor last there from Van der Horst. Really should have come out to the 19s or the 18s more importantly.
140. Patrick, you require 157.
Well, the first time we've seen him leave double 11 today, Michel van der Horst.
Yeah, we thought it was a mistake last time. It quite clearly probably
Michel, you require
wasn't.
22. $11.
On this
Patrick, you
occasion, it
require
was
36.
a mistake when you don't hit it.
Game shot on the first leg. Patrick Mart.
That was a chance of a break as well. 3 darts to break for Michel van der Horst. Missed, and Patrick
Second
Mart
leg is Michel to throw first.
Straight in.
Game on.
And when you've got a player of the type of quality of Patrick Mart, well, when you get the opportunities, you've got to seize upon them because they're going to come few and far between.
80.
If you have a look at his day, Patrick Mart kicked off a 4-1 win against Daniel Lee. 94.81 was the average for that one. That was despite
85.
9 missed darts at double. He then followed up with a 95.33, 5 maximums against Tommy Morris. That was an incredible display. He then averaged 91.11, 4 out of 8 against Thibaut Tricol. As Van der Horst nails in the first max of the match. And then he averaged 85.79, 3 maximums and 4 out of 13 against Lisa Ashley. He's played some mesmeric stuff all day. But this guy, as the day's gone on, has been improving to some tune.
94.
Yeah, he definitely has, and I can quite see that.
60.
Got more
Michel, you require
comfortable
147.
as today has gone on. This is more like the guy
95.
that I remember from back in 2014 when he was beating me up at the Zidadown Masters in the quarterfinals.
58. Michel,
I think you got the
require
last
52.
laugh for next month. 16 double 18.
34.
It is a group that loves it in
Patrick,
the
you require
northeast.
158. $46. Michel, you require 18. Game shot on the second leg. Michel van der Horst.
It's 1 apiece.
16 darts in response for Van der
Third leg is
Horst there.
Patrick to throw first. Game on.
And he's proving to be a very tricky customer, as Chris said in the build-up to this game. Victory here would be 4 from 5 from his second day efforts. Remember, he began the day bottom of the table on just 2 points to his name.
There's been a couple of throws in this game that Mart has had a little bit of shoulder
125.
in. If you ask me, he's been a little bit tight. I just wonder if he's feeling the pressure of being top, or is he feeling the pressure of being able to stretch his lead at the top? If he wins this one, he will go outright top overnight. If he doesn't, Morris has a chance to level it up with him. Morris has a better leg difference, so on leg difference, Morris could end up
140.
That's another scenario. We've got a game on our hands here. Van der Horst is making life very difficult
60.
for his
Michel, you require 136.
Another one of them. Double 8.
Game shot on the third leg. Michel van der Horst.
Succulent for Michel van der Horst. A 1-3-6 for a 12-dart leg and a 2-1 lead. And
Fourth leg
maybe
is Michel
he
to
is
throw
the
first.
tungsten terminator for the table toppers today.
Well, that's all easy for you to say.
119.
Michel van der Horst kicking off with the Bevins. Now, I've actually had a tweet
100.
from Mad Max 501 saying the Patrick Matt's throw reminds him a little bit of Tony O'Shea.
140.
Look at this now.
140.
Yeah, I'd say he probably goes a little bit more after the dart has gone down rather than Mart sort of comes more across a bit, more of an angle. But yes, I can see the similarity. It's amazing how many dart players there are.
97.
In this world,
Michelle, you require 108.
It's very rare you find too many that actually throw identically.
36.
Incredibly lucky. I think that was just above
Patrick, you
the
require
48.
164. $78. Michelle, you require 72.
3-1.
$64. Patrick, you require 86.
A chance. Patrick will be feeling here if he can hold throw. That's a mistake. He would have been feeling if he could have held throw and gone 2-2 here. We feel that Van der Horst has thrown everything at him and he'd still been at 2-2. This is a big, big dart for Van der Horst. And you couldn't get it any closer if you tried. It's not a badly thrown dart at all, just a little unlucky. But it's lucky for Mart if he hits
10.
it. He hasn't
Michelle,
done.
you require 8.
Who's going to hit?
Patrick, you require 40.
Michelle may miss,
Game shot on
and
the fourth
Mart's
leg.
might
Patrick
hit,
Mart.
and we're level at 2 apiece. And that could be a big sliding doors moment in this group.
Game on.
Van der Horst missing a plethora of darts. In matter of fact, he missed 7 darts to go 3-1 in front.
96.
And has opened up the door for Patrick Mart now.
His scoring has been of that he has actually missed 12 darts at a double in this match.
44.
And he's still averaging 93, Van der Horst.
140.
But like we said earlier, now being level, Mart will think, hang on a minute, I've been throwing some rubbish here and I'm still
60.
in it. And now he's putting the pressure back on Van der Horst. He's taken the gloves off. He's stopped worried about being top of the table. And he is unleashing some scoring power.
He's got that higher power.
100. Patrick, you require 132.
The champagne finish, 1-3-2. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye because of the luxury of time he has.
60. 57. Patrick, you require 72.
All of a sudden, Van der Horst is struggling to find a treble.
64.
Mart will be back.
Ironically, it was that finish in the last leg that undid for Van der Horst.
100.
Are we going to see the mid-match turnaround?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
The turnaround complete, and Mart leads 3-2. And now suddenly Van der Horst, who should have been 3-1 up in this game, is suddenly throwing to stay in the match.
Game on. $57. $100.
As the trebles elude Van der Horst. They are not for Mart.
140.
Here we go. He's back in them now. It was vital, but
100.
hasn't shaken the mat off his tail.
He's just unruffable.
60.
Completely unruffled. He just looks completely at tune and in tune with himself and no more. Doesn't look like he lets any outside distractions or anything like that disrupt or disturb him.
Good switch there from Van der Horst to leave 160. The 180 here, which was looking on the
Michelle,
cards.
you require 160.
I mean, the 160 had to go, and it doesn't even look possible.
25.
That big 5.
Patrick, you require 64.
Is that a sign of defeat from Van der Horst?
60. Michelle, you require 135.
And so 135 to save it for Michel van der Horst. Oh, he's found the bullseye. But he couldn't find the treble 15. And so Patrick Marr, who faced 7 darts against him to go 3-1 down, wants the madhouse.
No score.
But he's not completed
Michelle,
the comeback win
60.
yet. It's 2 at tops.
40.
It's not gone. It's not got.
Patrick,
and so
you require
Mark
4.
to move on to 16 points. Back up to the madhouse again.
No score.
Dragged below again.
Michelle, you
and Van der
require
Horst
20.
returns, and this missed double fest continues. Double 5. It's getting tetchy. It's getting tense.
Patrick, you require 4.
Surely this will go no further.
Game, shot.
It had to
And the
go.
match,
It had
Patrick
to go.
Marks.
It's a win and an important win for Patrick Mark. That puts him top of the table overnight. He cannot be caught. The average, just an 80 for him, but he won't mind that. It's a 4-2 win. That's the important stat on that screen. We head into our last game after the break between Tommy Morris and Thibaut Tricot.
Right then, the last match of the day, and it's an important one too, but before we get it going, we have even more important business to attend to. Yes, it is time to reveal the answer for today's Tungsten teaser. Henry set you the task of naming the 8 players to have won both here in Portsmouth and our previous setting in Southampton. There they are: Colin Osborne, who joined that list last week, Jim McEwen, Mike Gillett, Jamie Kelling, Graham Usher, Mike Warburton, Conan Whitehead, our Series 1 champion, and Daryl Pilgrim. Not one single person tweeted in all 8 correct answers. I think Henry might have to make these a little easier. Right, one question left to answer, one game left to play, and it's Tommy Morris versus Thibaut Tricol, and it will be described by Scott Mitchell and our Tungsten Taskmaster himself, Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Murph. So, I will not have to give away any prizes this week on the Tungsten Teaser. Join us next time when we'll have more people competing for the prize to become the Tungsten Teaser champion. Anyway, to game 15 of our day, which sees Tommy Morris in action up against Thibaut Tricol. But Tommy Morris, well, he's got to try and arrest the slump a little bit here. If he loses this one, he goes into the third day 4 points behind Patrick Mart. A win here, it's all to play for going into the final day. Up against a resurgent Thibaut Tricol, who's been getting better as the day's gone along. What are we going to see in what could be a fast-paced finale, Scott?
I think it will be, and I think we're seeing Thibaut
First leg, it's Tommy to throw
starting to play his better stuff, like we saw from Van der Horst. And unfortunately, the 7 darts at a double undid Van der Horst.
100.
Morris kicks it off. He has the darts, and he's flown into it.
$97.
And the opening round of fixtures for tomorrow pan out as follows. Michel van der Horst will kick the show off against Patrick Mart. Thibaut Tricol against Lisa Ashton, and then Tommy Morris's campaign will get underway against Daniel Lee. Now, you may be wondering when both of these two players
95
meet Patrick Mart and Tommy Morris. They meet in game 7, so
100.
smack bang in the middle of the day. Could be a game on or game over match.
140.
3 tons and a 140 from Morris. Leaves him on 61 after 12.
140. Tommy requires 61. $25. Thibaut, you require 91.
So a chance for Tricol. 82. Will he go ball or will he go 42? He's gone 42 for tops.
51.
A big chance
Tommy
to steal
required
there
36.
and break a throw early doors. So Morris back at his favourite double 18. Talks to himself. Double 9 in.
28.
First signs of pressure on Morris.
Tricol looks to find tops to take the break in the opening leg, and a free well thrown darts, but neither towards the intended target. And so Morris, who came out the tracks quite quickly in the scoring phase, looks to crawl over the line in the opening leg. He does exactly that to take a 1-0 lead against Thibaut Tricol.
And some would say he dodged
Second
the
leg is
bullet
Thibaut
right
for
there.
first. Game on.
Some might say he may need to find a brighter day tomorrow.
180.
Some might say he's finding top gear.
140.
I feel he's going to have to continue to do so because Tricol is absolutely peppering the 60 as well.
60.
These are the rat-tat-tat games that our buddy Mace absolutely loves watching, doesn't he?
60. Thibaut, you require 161.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mace, if you are tuning in. In my partner in crime for the last couple of weeks.
77.
Great to have the company of Sky Dog Mitchell the last couple of days.
97. Thibaut, you require 84.
Surely he has to go 14 ball here. Went for the treble. But he went for the ball also. And what a shot that is from Tricol to level us up at 1-1.
A big last
Third
dart
leg is
at
Tommy
ball
to
for
throw
Tricol,
first. Game on.
who missed 4 darts to win the opening leg.
45. $60.
Both players coming up dry with the opening visit of leg 3.
58. $100.
Yeah, Tricol disappointed with his first start there. Morris won't be with that one.
100.
He had to stop and then go back in. Reset.
100. $180.
His second max of the match, Tommy Morris, to leaving on 118. Is that going to be the checkout that gets Tricol's number?
85. Tommy, you require 118.
Let's give him a first chance. It's double 19.
$80.
Not to be on this visit.
156.
Tricol back on 156. But more than doable if he gets the first dart right. Oh, that is so close. So close to getting that right.
60. Tommy, you require 38.
It's a bit of a blocker. Goes to the right.
Game shot on
And
the third
picks it up
leg.
nicely.
Tommy Morris.
Easy one to have lost it there. Lost your line there. Could have done. But
Fourth leg is
Morris
T-Bone to
didn't.
throw first. Game on.
He now has that 2-1 lead. He's halfway towards the victory post.
97.
with having the throw, he doesn't have to break to win this match.
60.
Just needs to be relaxed off his throw. He needs to relax when he's not on throw. Try and put some scoreboard pressure
80
on the Tricol throw.
As silly as it sounds, it's not trying to do too much in this scenario.
58.
Yeah, because before you know it, you can be frustrating yourself. And then that's big problems.
95. $95.
This has been a
81.
proper kitchen sink encounter. Both players throwing absolutely everything at one another.
85. T-Bay you require 148.
Well, we've seen some big finishing today. The 148 isn't going to be added to the collection. So Tommy Morris in game one against
76.
Lisa Ashton, pile in a 147. Cleared the red, cleared the colours, and then found the
T-Bay
double.
require 72.
That treble 16 has been given a bit of a pasting today, but that was a bit of a wild one on double 12, and so Morris is going to return for 103 for a 3-1 lead.
Tommy you require 103.
Gets the treble. It's going to be one dart at double 18.
85.
Inside.
T-Bay you require 8.
Double 18's not been Tommy's friend in this match. Ebo will creep his way in.
6. Tommy you require 18.
It's another chance for Morris. Composes himself, talks to himself,
Game shot on
and
the
hits
fourth leg.
the double.
Tommy
That
Morris.
is a big, big breaker throw for Morris. He now takes the
Fifth
throw.
leg is
Can he
Tommy
hold
throw
it to win the
first.
game?
Game on.
He's a leg away from winning our final match of the day.
60. $44.
He's coasted towards the finishing line now. That's his third max of the match.
$59.
And so Morris edging closer towards victory in our final game of the day.
100.
Needs him on 161.
$99. Tommy, you require 161.
161 for the match for Tommy Morris. He's got 6 from here to get the job done.
60. $96. Tommy, you require 101.
101. Tops for Morris to move on to 14 points and to keep his hat in the ring when it comes to qualification for Saturday night via Group A, as he beats Thibaut Tricol by 4 legs to 1. And so his race tomorrow is going to be for a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday. As for Tommy Morris, he's still in the race for the first finals night place as he beats Tricol by 4 legs to 1. Doing so with an average of 83.86, 3 maximums en route, 4 out of 13 when it came to the doubles, and 101 the highest checkout. And so we are set fair for an interesting final day to our Group A proceedings, whether that's in the fight for first place or whether it is for third, which will guarantee Group B darts. So let's get the final thoughts and analysis up on the balcony now, where Scott Mitchell has made his way upstairs to have a chat with Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, and it was a much-needed win, not just for Tommy Morris, but for tomorrow, that kind of grandstand finish that we always want on a Wednesday in Group A.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Tommy's been playing okay today. He's been beat by 290 averages. He's had 3 wins, but the 2 losses have not been bad losses in my head.
Well, he was top of the table this time yesterday. Let's see how that has changed at the end of today's play. Patrick Mark, well, he's won all of his matches. Can't argue with that. But Tommy Morris still hot on his heels.
Absolutely. Patrick's settled in lovely, I think, today, and he'll be over the moon with that 5 wins. It would have been his dream last night coming into today.
Michel van der Horst there, he's 5th place, but he had a really good day, didn't he? Just missed out on beating Matt. He was in a good position in that one as well, despite it being 4-2. He could have found himself on 10 points.
Yeah, the 7 that missed darts at a double in that game to go 3-1 absolutely sort of killed him off there, and he didn't recover from that.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit more about Patrick Mark, because he did show glimpses yesterday. He put himself in the mix, but today he's been a completely different beast, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Your ADC coordinator, John Locken, out in Europe said, you know, if this guy can get a head of steam going and get a rhythm going and get a run going, he will be really dangerous in this Group A, and that's turned out to be the case.
And nothing seemed to knock him out of his stride. We've seen moments today where maybe he's had to recover from things. Moments like this, for example, even that didn't stop him.
That was a strange moment, but you could see he kind of went with the dart and lurched a bit, and I don't think he'll be making that mistake again. You need to get up there on that stage. You need to make that mistake once so that you don't do it again.
Has he done enough to change your mind? Yesterday you were stood here, you said you fancied Tommy Morris to win the group. Do you think that Patrick has now taken that mantle, or do you still see Tommy getting the job done?
No, I think that Tommy still has the advantage of having the fact that he's not in front overnight, so he hasn't got to worry about that. And also his legs difference is a lot better. So I still think it's going to be either one of those. They've gone out of the front now. And, yeah, I can't see it being anyone else than those 2.
Right, well, you can see how it unfolds tomorrow back here on the YouTube channel or on Sporty Stuff TV, 9:30 a.m. UK time, and we'll see which player grabs that first available spot at finals night. But the story so far in Group A, well, yesterday Morris was a man, but today Mart's darts were a class apart.